we we are supposed to start already. Mr. Vasil Shkurakov, he is he will be joining us online, and so I welcome everyone to take their seat, and we can start our event. Dear colleagues, my name is Andrei Maternyuk. I am CEO of NGO Eco Club, and we are honored to be co-organizer of this event. I'm Olena Pavlenko from Dixie Group, and I'm also co-organizer of this event. A couple of words why we are here and how this idea came up. Our organization is long time involved in district heating issues, and this is a part of our economy which both saves our cities or and slowly degrades or faster degrade depending on situation. And based on the fact that this is an asset that is vital both for living of people and to change and to counter climate changes, that's how we build the concept of this event. How to how preserve this asset, how to help Ukraine win the war with this asset, and how to build prosperous Ukraine in next uh, years. Part of our team is helping in developing national plan on climate and energy of Ukraine. And one of the goals of this national plan that Ukraine undertook as a state, and it will implement it, to achieve 40% of using alternative energy sources in heating. That considering that now Ukraine is relying very much on fossil fuel in heating, this is super hard task. And we started to think how European Union countries, how United States trying to solve the decarbonization issue of this heating, and that's why we joined this initiative. And we will be very glad to discuss and show you what kind of solutions our colleagues from other countries already implemented and what we can borrow in Ukraine from their experience. So let's start. Uh, Dear colleagues, let's start our first panel, and I pass the floor to Andrei. Dear Olena, and it's a great honor and responsibility to be a moderator of the first panel. And I would like to invite Mr. Vasil Shkuraskov, Acting Minister of Development of Communities and Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine, who is will be with us online, and Mr. Alexander Formagay, member of the uh, NURCS Commission. Yes, I invite panelists to take seats. Uh, Mr. Yevgen Yulich, Deputy Director of the Department of Regulation of the Relations in Fields of Heat Supply and Energy Efficiency in Energy and Utilities sectors. Mr. Volodymyr Lebedev, advisor to the head of SAE on technical issues, and Mr. Sergei Sukhoblin, Zhytomyr city mayor. Uh, okay. While we preparing, let's retrospectively think how we came up to this situation. Even like in last decade, when Uzhhorod stopped his district heating system, so and our organization Eco Club, we prepared for Uzhhorod the action plan for sustainable energy development, and at that time we calculated from the data that City Council provided to us how much Uzhhorod is consuming of heat, and we compare it with the energy consumption comparing to Rivne, and Uzhhorod, who was in much warmer climate comparing to Rivne, was using per square meter of residential apartments 30% more energy comparing to Rivne. This happened why? Because they stopped their district heating system, like for bad or good, but maybe for bad more. It wasn't that obvious, and at the time the energy prices were very regulated and were not that high, and citizens of Uzhhorod they uh, had they felt more comfortable because they were able to be more flexible with when they were would hit their apartments. So, and for tens of years, it was a matter of preference for many Ukrainians. Unfortunately, state policy in this sector was quite short-sighted and populist, and because of that, number of households connected to centralized to district heating systems dropped from 80 plus percent to at the beginning of Ukraine becoming independent to approximately 50% as of today, and new buildings are not connected to district heating systems. Why it's a problem? In order to achieve low carbon emissions or carbon neutral heating of cities, district heating is one of the cheapest options. This asset we get from Soviet Union, but we continue to ruin this asset and gradually. I'm talking on the scale of the whole country, of course. So recent news from Rivne city. The operator of district heating is located, is rented by the private company, and every year city gives to this private company like in 100 millions of grivna, but at the same time they are spending tens millions of grivnas for drones. But this is like big achievements, but the, but there are still big amount of sums drained from the budget of the city to sustain district heating system. Officially, our losses in the heating networks are 30%. So that's the average rate. We assessed the concept that was recently presented by government, how further to reform and develop central district heating systems. We haven't seen any breakthrough ideas there, and so officially not yet, at least not been have announced. We keep this. They're trying to keep the status quo. This is how I interpret this document, and we would love to see that more like long-term planning, middle-term planning. How we not only preserve this asset, but we will develop it in view of countering climate changes and how to continue reform of decentralization. So my question is to all participants of this panel, on from your point of view, or from the point of view of representative of central government, from the point of view of municipal officials, where we are now and what we should do now and here to not only to lose what we are losing in recent decades, but how we can develop this set of district heating in for the good of all Ukrainians. I don't see the online translation. According to me, Mr. Vasil Shkurakov is with us online, so we will give the floor to him. Good day. Hope you can hear me well. Yes, we can hear you well. Good day. I wanted to greet both organizers and participants of this panel and all guests who will be discussing this important topic today. I've heard your introduction speech from the moderator, and I, I wanted to start from the heat pumps, but let's talk from the challenges and issues that we have with development of district heating. In every uh, uh, sentence of your speech, I've heard the description that uh, any decision is then limited by the financing of it. Colleagues, for us to understand, to have clear understanding, this is my uh, uh, primary point. In order for the system to be able to develop as a centralized and to have incentives for implementing efficient and ecological uh, heating sources, we need to sort out the issue of funding. The key task for our ministry is to make possible for the district heating companies to be able to invest into their assets. And so that's it's related to the tariffs for heating issues, the issue of moratorium for increasing uh, cost of the tariffs. They limit a lot the management of district heating companies in investing into proper assets to develop their systems. But the networks. This is like short-term prospects, and they look like quite gloomy if we make our first conclusions on the situation. Like when we see the bills for the natural gas or for the electricity consumed, we see that debts are growing. Every year we're trying to solve those issues, but unfortunately, companies are in bad financial and technical conditions. The recent events showed us how it is important to develop decentralized, maybe or centralized, but uh, the so district heating should use energy sources from different sources. Like for example, when in Kharkiv, when all heat generation facilities were distracted, this is a city that has 1.3 million of residents. They are now left totally without sources of heating from the um, uh, heat boiler plants, and they have a deficit of generation of heat in the city. And jointly with Kharkiv and Kharkiv Oblast and military administrations, we now developing system of cogeneration units, like modular boilers that would allow to prepare city for the next heating season. So we are lacking time for discussions. So like heat pumps, it's a part of the opportunities for more ecological and uh, development of networks with less capital costs, and how we can solve the issue of district heating. I understand that problems. Uh, Many companies have issues with development of their assets all around Ukraine. There are companies that are generating heat and for a small price they sell it to population and to other consumers. There are regions that don't have cogeneration heat, and so the boiler plants are working exclusively for heating and during winter period. There are different they're working on different sources of fuel. Usually, this is carbon fuel, and that's what we want to change the state to, trying to move to alternative fuel sources, trying to develop an cogenerated fuel, heat pumps, and other mechanisms that are available on global market and had- have a proven record of implementation in other countries. It would be correct to say that we have to follow the path of of European development in terms of legislations because we are implementing gradually European Union's legislations. We now have an action plan on implementation of our legislation, and on the highest level of preparedness of our cities is would be to maximally decrease the consumption of fossil fuels for generating heat. On my behalf, I want to mention that the and I agree with the moderator that we have significant losses of heat energy in our networks, not on the level of generation, but in our networks, distribution networks. This is the biggest challenge for development of district heating systems. So we have to split the issue of generation of heat energy and how we decrease losses in heat distribution networks. Because this is maybe should be initial step in order to later plan how the amount of and heat energy generation. With regards to the government actions, I want to say that ministry prepared state target program, economical program on modernization of district heating companies. Companies this program is supposed to provide finance for such modernization. We have adopted numerous target programs 4 times. They were different programs that haven't achieved the results. Why they haven't achieved results? Because of constant lack of funding. Cities are not able on their own to modernize their networks of heat distribution. We have always issues with supply of gas to the generation facilities and how paying back the debts. And that was the reason of failure of those programs. Currently, we are approving this program with all other and adjusting it with other partners we include and who are implementing energy security projects in Ukraine. And the key aspects of this program will is to make it implementable. Uh, uh, it is planned to be implemented by 2030, and it includes certain tax preferences and other opportunities that will make this program implementable. And also, this program is about a set of uh, actions. Yeah, it's not only to buy something and install it. Just we aim to modernize a system according to best global practices.
It is important because the world has made huge strides in this direction, and we are aware that all measures designed to decarbonize, to improve energy efficiency, will be welcomed by our international partners because it is related to climate change and to the interest of financial institutions in investing in measures like that. So let me reiterate an important task for us is to review the rate setting system and efficient use of money collected by the Commission. I hope that we will soon have an agreement with the Commission and be able to introduce new approaches. Other colleagues speaking on this topic will delve into heat pump and heat distribution issues. From me, I would like to express my confidence that acting together we can achieve changes. We all want to contribute financially and intellectually into the modernization of the Ukrainian distribution network and in the projects intended to promote this change. There is actually no other way out given the list of challenges the country is facing now across its territory. Thank you, sir. Thank you for having found time to join us. I am yet to see any questions posted in our chat, but I can say that without my direct involvement, Vasil made the segue to our next speaker's contribution. Alexander, the program Vasil just mentioned, far as I understand it, does not set to change the rate setting system that would make it possible to charge a fair price, allowing the operators to develop and to make depreciation contribution. So, what can you say in this regard? Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Thanks for the invitation, and thanks the conveners for this opportunity because, in fact, heat distribution is paramount as we are nearing our next heating season in the face of the Russian aggression. I am not sure I can agree with what you said. You may have had a look at a very early draft of the program. Now we have advanced in our discussions with various stakeholders. In the past year, we've been working with the Ministry of Infrastructure, trying to identify a holistic approach to both public policy making and regulation in distribution industry. Amongst other things, we are currently looking at changing the very logics of rate setting so that enterprises invest in upgrade of their fixed assets. And I will say more about that in a moment. And the second thing is related to 5-year planning horizon decision that'll have effect on the heat distribution of municipalities. Oh, I admit there are multiple issues arising from the moratorium, as a result of which municipalities have no cash to invest in modernization. But before I start dwelling on the prospects of rate setting, we and the Cabinet of Ministers and the Ministry of Infrastructure concur, see three important trends. First, transition from heavily centralized district heating to less centralized one when cogeneration sources will be involved or other plants working on non-fossil fuels, including but not limited to heat pumps, which is the topic of this seminar. Second, Energy efficiency above all principle will mean that first loss network is have to be reduced both by distribution companies and GenCos, and second, responsible consumption. This what can indeed precipitate the change in the logic of heat distribution. And there is the third area alternative renewable sources or energy safe sources that would make our dependence on fossil fuels less pronounced. Today, the system of heat distribute heat supply in Ukraine is not just underfunded; it is underrated, underestimated by the government. The global thinking points to the fact that for heat supply consume 50 to 55% of all fuels. Unfortunately, this system is residing outside of the energy security system of the nation. By the way, Russia, you may have noticed, assailed energy sector of the country all the time. We are now looking at an update to the system, relying on decentralized generation of electricity in order to be able to mm, use multiplier effects. We are now working and doing a number of training events targeting heads of the companies working in the heat energy so that they can use surplus heat for electricity production. And I believe that this system is worth support because heat distribution is historically or has historically been a platform for complex energy generation. Cogeneration, you may recall, is believed to be one of the most efficient sources of this energy. Now, to rate setting again, I will confirm that we're currently revising radically the rationale behind the regulations in effect, whereas the regulator hasn't set tariffs in this area, deferring it to the municipality, to local level. We are working now on establishing a uniform methodological basis for both investment control and so that we eliminate duplication at various levels and have instead a unified approach under which Ministry of Infrastructure makes policy and the regulator uh, mm, supports implementation of this policy. In the 2 months to come, I hope we will be able to present our joint position. From the point of view of rate setting, we acknowledge that there exists uh, immense difference in tariffs. Therefore, we contemplating departure from cost plus principle that provides only a minimum amount of funds for investing to an approach that would stimulate investment, setting the tariffs with a view to loss reduction and improved energy efficiency, yeah, use of energy service contracts, and once again, in the 2 months from now, we are planning to present this to general public because, after all, the ultimate goal is to create supply sector that would be attractive for investors, capable of sustainable development, uh, and ready for the introduction of energy efficiency measures intended to reduce loss and introduce more economical modern day sources. So energy efficiency on the consumer side and heat pump and district heating is on the agenda of this event. By the way, 2 months ago, EU Energy Community held a conference at Tbilisi, Georgia, promoting reform of district heating and in EU. You may know that not every nation has a well-developed system of district heating. However, currently it is believed to be carrying lots of benefits. You may have heard that because of the hybrid Russian aggression, when Russia stopped natural gas supply to Georgia, and the Georgian system had to be dismantled because it was rendered ineffective. We talked to the Georgian regulators, and they uh, confess they were not thinking about that. Former ex-USSR countries, Armenia, Georgia, Moldova, and Azerbaijan, have very few uh, municipalities, including the one city district in Baku, Azerbaijan. Other countries don't have such a system, and it would be cost prohibitive to create one. Therefore, we are now trying to develop a system of changing the system, the regulators, the ministry are open to the dialogue, and let me once again saying that in 2 months from now, we'll be ready to present our consolidated view. Thank you, Alexander. By the way, in our endeavors, we work with the municipalities with the view to make operators interested in investing energy efficiency on the consumer brand, because now when consumption say drops in a large apartment block, operators feel quite uneasy because their revenues drop either. So it's good to hear that it distribution operators have resources, including engineering, that can help them generate even more income by providing energy efficiency services to end users. Evhan, from where you sit from, when can we expect it to come true, and how will the situation change now or in the future? It's difficult to add anything to previous speakers because they have pointed to all things I was going to point to, but I will still mention that after the moratorium is lifted on tariffs, uh, is when we think of enterprises being able to invest. The planned change is to make it possible, but hard to predict when it will happen. Too many variables in play. Preserving district heating will, where it is more or less efficient, is an important condition, and that's basically why we are here. In Europe, what they do is expanding district heating because larger sources are more efficient from the point of view of generating heat. In our neck of the wood, the centralized system is of relative scale, but the heat generated by boiler plants can be used in order to introduce newer technologies, including heat pumps or efficient cogeneration. Of course, the issues arising from decreased consumption, I agree that this is the case. However, only if the generation, distribution, consumption don't change, so to speak, sync with each other. If the networks are replaced, including boiler plants, that'll help maintain the situation in balance even over long term.
I want to point your attention that currently budget budget institutions pay more for consumed heat energy, and like already now uh, heat distribution supply companies can earn something by supplying heat to them. Maybe that can be a partial solution. Maybe like the reforms that you are now mentioning, they will require reforms in provision subsidies to the for residential premises to the population. So if we will have well calculated tariffs on any on energy for heating and for electricity, they will require such subsidies, of course. And sometimes absence of having of the drawbacks of the systems of subsidies, they prevent residents of high-rise buildings to implement this energy efficiency and insulation programs. Yes, I wanted, while Eugen was talking, I recollected two things that are critical for us. Number one is leadership and personnel. Now, why? Because we see that even during war period, certain cities, certain heat generating companies, they're modernizing their systems. Uh, they make them energy independent. They introduce cogeneration units. They're decreasing losses in the networks. And some cities don't do that, and it's all about leadership of the management. And we talk to them, we take advice from them because they have real knowledge on how to do it, implement it. Another issue is personnel. The issue personnel is critical to provide proper educational events to involve personnel is critical for develop district heating system. Thanks for conducting this event. I know that Dixie Group conducts a lot of educational programs on implementation of regional energy plans, and like number, and the next one is creating so-called energy communities. We have OSBB, we have communal companies, but our legislation is not fitted for having energy communities at the level of the territorial communities level. That would be a legal entities. Yes, we're working on that. It's an issue. Not it's it's related not only to the ownership rights, procurement, how to redistribute profits. Mentally, should change our logic of how we approach these energy community creations. Decentralization of our government, local governments, uh, was finished before like full-scale invasion, and we haven't uh, moved to the step when local self-government offices became the fully took undertook full ownership of the local assets, like which, but like local self-government shouldn't wait for state policies, but like start practically apply mechanisms at the level of the territorial communities, and this is a critical from my point of view. I I sincerely share your opinion. We work with communities a lot, and we plan to continue. And we of course want to develop the capacities of the municipalities, city councils, city mayors, for example. They should feel that the rules of game will be stable, they will be predictable, and that they will not need to, like during Yanukovych times, to get to ask for permissions for this or that actions. This is our practice. These are two prerequisites to be able to act independently and have stable rules. This will be an prerequisite for success, not only of this project but many other projects. Mr. Volodymyr, on from your point of view, as in on from the state energy on energy efficiency. So like we have two multi-directional activities. We want to preserve and and develop district heating. On the other hand, we want to increase energy efficiency in consumption. So it means decrease in consumption. How we approach this challenge? I want to separate these two topics because this like di- district heat delivery networks separately, heat generation is the different issues. The heat energy generation is quite efficient, but distribution is quite inefficient, and that's where we see a lot of losses. One of the ways to decrease these losses will be uh, to by we can achieve this by reducing the temperature of the heat uh, heat transfer liquid. As an engineer, I see that when the water is has 70, 80 degrees, we have a lot of losses. But actually, the temperature of the water in the network is like 45, 50 degrees Celsius. And this is very frequent practice. And this only this manage. measure decreases the heat energy losses in the network. Another thing I wanted to touch the topic of the heat pumps. I will heat pumps. It's a good niche solution. Why? Because heat pump it requires a lot of investment, and it's so in order to connect heat pump, you need a lot of additional infrastructure improvements. The building that is uh, will be heated by heat pump should be thermally insulated uh, properly. Sometimes it requires re full refurbishment of the heat radiators. But if such conditions are met, so like we need to follow a very very well known sequence of actions. Like first is building installation modernizations. Then we assess if it's technically possible to install the heat pump, because heat pump is consumes electricity. So we have to the building management should define whether they have ability to receive this energy to power heat pump. Then we work on the economic. So like. How viable is to install this heat pump? How fast the investment will pay off? And number and the last one, uh, by by using further distant monitoring, we should closely study how efficient it is these solutions, and if we will see that it is economically efficient, we should increase that solution to other areas. So, like use of heat pumps, it doesn't mean that we should stop using other sources of generation of heat or hot water. Heat pump economically is viable only if it covers part of the heat energy consumption. So it's very expensive to get heat only from the heat pumps. They should work together with other decarbonized fuel sources. So to work in symbiose, we will not see a situation that of uh, single solution. It will be symbiosis of several solutions that will add to each other. Maybe my vision a little bit utopian, but there are certain ideas from foreign engineers that heat network can transfer large amounts of water at low temperatures, and heat pumps located directly at the consumption points will increase the potential of temperature and put it and sending it to the for heating. So this is all. This is the concept. But it's the method. It should be proved. But and also heat distribution networks should be preserved in any case because it's very difficult. It's very easy to close it down, but it will be almost impossible to reopen it. And if we talk about cogeneration, heat, uh, heat, heat waste use, they were most efficient for these systems. And as I understand, my colleagues and partners will be further discussing issues in more details of issues of heat pumps in more details. But thank you for your comments. I think that heat pumps uh, they they are definitely part of our future. I want to say that we have practices like 5 years ago. couple of municipal companies started to use heat pumps, and this was most efficient for heating water, and the most efficient they were when they were taking heat from the what uh, uh, water waste systems. Together with number of communities, we are implementing number of such pilot projects intended to heat water in like swimming pools, in, for example, kindergartens, and we will share the results of such implementation of such measures. I'm kind of I'm I would say that I have uh, my own interest in pushing these issues because we're working a lot with communities, and my big honor to present next speaker, who represents city of Zhytomyr, a city that is um, one of the leaders in implementing all the measures that we are now talking about. From the point of view of the local self-government authorities, on the prospect of development of the city, Sergey, please tell us. Good day. I want to be talking from the very different point of view. Of course, we started from uh, the question whether we need or don't need district heating systems in our communities. In my opinion, we need them. We like yeah, when we spoke to Bushgorod, they decreased the consumption of heat energy, and we haven't mentioned also uh, uh, the ecological impact of decentralized heating. Yeah, and like and yes, like we have a lot of ecological issues, but let's not to add to it. But for us to start with something, the legislation, new programs, that's all necessary. But we should be very honest whether do we need it or don't need it. If we say it, we need it. So my suggestion uh, is to forget about centralized heating generation. Like forget about the uh, heat generation companies and communities. If we will start uh, thinking about the tariffs for companies that are making sausages, and in weeks we would say that we would not have such companies in Ukraine operationable because heat energy is a service that is provided like all others, like cities uh, that put the tariffs for transportation of people. For many people, they are not subsidized subventions from the state, but they survive. They manage to buy new vehicles for their public transport, new trolley buses, electric power buses. The transportation uh, is working for vulnerable categories. Why? Because local self-government is fully responsible for them. The other example, local self-government is not interested in modernizing their heat supply networks. I'm not. It's not about tariffs and methodics of how to calculate them, but about the difference in tariffs and in actual cost. But why they're not interested? Because mayor is an elected uh, position, and for him it's much easier to spend a couple hundred millions, couple of squares, some uh, repair some roads, and it's much more difficult to raise an investment into infrastructure that is underground. We need a team, and the results will be seen in like 5 7 years, and nobody knows if the mayor will remain in this position in 5 7 years. Like, and if the heating season ended, they know that state will compensate the difference in the tariffs, and it will be repeating every year. This is like closed loop that we don't see exit from it. So my suggestion is just forget the tariff, the centralized tariff for all communities. Give the mayor opportunity to define uh, the amount of tariffs. And if in Rivne the tariff will be 2 times higher comparing to Zhytomyr, yes, because I know this will be the fact because we are buying heat energy from the generating companies twice more than Rivne doing. We like our heat energy losses are lower. So we are building such a system that we are fighting for people, residents, yeah. So if our residents will pay less comparing to other cities, it will be a reason for people to relocate here, and this is way of development of the community. We talk about ecology, about alternatives, European course. That's all perfect. We prepare programs, but for a couple of years we talk about law on heat services. This law says that tariff for alternative gigacalorie can be 90% from the natural gas tariff. It says that state uh, gives priority to gas heat generation, not to alternative sources. We know that this law was adopted years ago, but we have to change this approach. A lot of times you mentioned it, and Parliament did nothing to change it. Calculation is very simple. Currently, state is subsidizing 7.5 thousand hryvnia for every thousand cubic meters of natural gas. If we put alternative sources 110% from the cost of natural gas, and then in this case, the state will pay like not 7.5 thousand. They will pay 3 or 400 hryvnias of subsidies, and instead of 7.5 thousand. And we talk about market tariffs. Who, please raise your hands. Who knows which what is the tariff for heating in Berlin, Kaunas, and Copenhagen? 2 years ago, an average tariff in Kaunas was 37 euro, like 40, around 40. So it's 1,600 per gigacalorie. This is less than cost of subsidized gas as an energy source. So if our tariffs will be, the Berlin was 50, Copenhagen is 47 euro, Berlin is 50 plus. This is like, uh, this is wrong path. If today we will not make solutions that are needed, uh, we will be still playing populism and create tariff differences, and the budget will have no money to return it.
And people will slowly start moving to individual solutions. Thank you very much for this very much down to earth contribution. We have probably less than 10 minutes to take and deal with questions from the audience. I'd ask two questions, but let me start from Serhiy. This super modern fossil fuel power plant supplied from Switzerland showed its efficiency, and it was by and large procured with grant funds. But investing so much into such a boiler plant, into such a district, can it be replicated Well, for our area, north of the country, west of the country, absolutely. Two-thirds of was grant money, and about 30% came from municipality. And the ROI is about 6 years. By the way, this year we're planning to build a larger plant, 2.4 gigawatts electricity with EBRD money and grant money. Procedures are completed. So this is what we are starting this year. Apart from that, we already built two gas plant stations to improve the stability of the system. In addition, we are doing 3 megawatt solar for Vodokanal to reduce their electricity consumption. We've also drafted a tender for six other gas stations. So this can well be a pilot or replicable to other municipalities of Ukraine where you have access to uh, wood. Some people complain we don't have any, but in Zhytomyr region we have 1 million cubic tons of dead wood in the forest. But the Cabinet of Ministers resolution prohibits doing it, setting the threshold at 7 centimeters diameters. But we have wood around. Also, every town in Ukraine produces so much waste that if recycled, it would cover 30% of heat supply to cities. Only 30, as much as 30% of heat can come from incineration of this waste. By the way, we launched a waste treatment plant in Zhytomyr, where if we take at the energy value of this waste is 30 million cubic meters of gas. It means that we can squander this amount instead of going for replacement. By the way, we used to use 97 million cubic meters. Now it's just 47, and probably a couple of years from now, we'll only be using as much as 10 million cubic meters of natural gas for heating purposes. Wait a sec for the mic. Alexander Teslenko, Institute of Energy. Could you tell us how did you manage reduce this loss in networks down to 6%, given all the regulations in effect? Well, once Mr. Groisman was our prime minister, you may recall, which, he's introduced lots of reforms, no question about that. But you may recall that there existed a requirement for the operators to install meters, and as they do so, the tariffs will be set by themselves. We for this period, we installed the meters, but we didn't play the populist games. And currently, we have one of Ukraine's lowest rates. And the, so to speak, recoupment rate is great. We can access funds from EBRD and others. We can also apply for loans in hot currency, which is not very good now because of labor rates. But otherwise, 2 or 5% interest is affordable because gas is always tied to currency, and we can manage to repay because services will inevitably uh, increase in value. So during my first term, I used this trust to draw loans to replace pipes. Something not very popular, I assure you. People didn't like the look of it, but now they understand. So time for the last question, but still let me first announce several statements from this event's chat because we are also online. Maybe other colleagues will be able to comment. Energy communities or communities of people that look after their energy interests. Second, once there existed an expert council and heat supply, it doesn't exist any longer, which is a pity because this could help eliminate oligarchs from the sector. I'm not sure who posted those statements. And one other, are there any data on how much you need to install heat pumps? Well, probably this is something that our next panels will look at greater detail. Hello, Com. You mentioned 7.5 thousand government subsidies to 1,000 cubic meters of gas. Now, can you explain what you mean when you say market prices of natural gas? Is that anything related to the European TTF hub? Or you meant to say that Ukraine has been covering its consumption using domestic extraction? This was the last question, so please. Oh, well, natural gas is not up my alley, in fact, but I know what the difference between market prices and the price sold to the general public by Naftogaz. So it's about 7,500. This is something that the government is supposed to cover now. If the government intervenes with setting the price for gas, we won't have natural gas in the long run. So as soon as the government stops intervening, things gonna be all right. Thank you very much, distinguished colleagues, for your time, your attention. I hope that you found it as interesting as I have. We all can say that there's a lot of room for improvement in the future. A short break until 1300 hours Kiev meantime. Please return on time. Thank you.
We will have a lot of speakers today. Seven speakers are invited for this panel, and we will have English-speaking speakers. If you will require translation into Ukrainian, please take headsets. I will switch into English language after our first speaker talks, and let's start our panel. On the first panel, we spoke about like maybe existing fantastic or not so fantastic experience of other countries when district heating had been substituted with other solutions that are not uh, based on using fossil fuels, even mentioning natural gas. One of such solutions, its use of energy and heat of water, which is underground under us by using geothermal solutions. They're not that fantastic, these solutions, and they have been already implemented in some European countries and in the US. We invited experts to present such projects, but let's start with our first speaker, who will tell us like about like broader picture on how district heating systems been reformed globally. What were stages of the reform, and where would what would be the goal of Ukraine of when we implementing new innovative technologies? I present you Kirill Baranchuk from Danfoss, Ukraine. Good day, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to see all of you. Baranchuk Kirill. I'm on one side, I'm practicing engineer. I do calculations. I visit sites. I see uh, um, heat generating networks in person, and also I'm involved in scientific activities. I'm developing state construction norms and on energy efficiency, and my main specialization is district heating. I would like organizers to show presentation. So, and I think you all will be interested. For you, it will be interesting to see that slides too. So, this is first slide, which was presented at Copenhagen Conference, Smart Energy System, one of the most known conferences on district heating globally. And they presented data on East Europe, and you see that uh, part of fossil fuel used in district heating in Ukraine is at the end with its huge, massive part of natural gas, more than 80% of fuel is natural gas. Other fossil fuels are coal and liquid fossil fuels. And like on the next slide, I will show you what is the percentage. So like this is Ukraine with very small percentage of alternative energy sources, and this energy sources is biomass, only biomass. Litva, Latvia, Lithuania, they differ a lot from other countries, but that's how Ukraine looks like. That's where we are now. These circles are the Scandinavian countries. So you see their arrows go up because they increased their district heating networks capacities, and very big arrow down that is Ukraine, where we lost from 47% to 28 in residential uh, buildings. So and we by energy 3.5 volts, we lost the consumption of energy in district heating systems. So this is statistics by 2015. Where we are and what is district heating in European countries? There were four generations. Company Danfoss was involved in developing this basic scientific research on four generations. It's available publicly, these materials. And in 2020, I was also personally involved in developing district heating systems for Helsinki in Finland. Number one is steamed. Uh, Second generation is what we have now in Ukraine. Third generation is so-called Scandinavian technology because most uh, heat points, heat meters, and fourth generation, that's what Europe is moving to, so-called intellectual energy systems, where electric energy sector is connected to heat generation and gas sector, and they all intersecting. In Ukraine, we have mix from three generation. We have hydro elevators from second generation. We're installing heat points third generation, but we also now using SCADA system of the from the fourth generation. We want to say that decentralization is not the term is properly used. Decentralization is when we talk about generation of heat energy, but the networks are centralized. So that's what we mean by district heating. So and heat generation can be decentralized. Now there are development is fifth generation. This is very complicated system. Low temperature district heating, ultra low temperature district heating, and ATDH. District heating with temperature close to the environment, 10 degrees in the network, and where heat pumps uses this and like in Kryvyi Rih, we have coal mines. Coal mine is 3 kilometers uh, from the residential buildings. How we will transport heat for 3 kilometers? We will lose a lot of heat. No need to transfer heat. Let's transport water from the mine and to the heat pump that is located at the building of residential premises. So these are drawings of the schemes of fourth and fifth generation. Ukraine has public buildings that are utilizing several heat sources with where we have district heating and some locally installed heating source. I'm the author of such systems. They're actively used, and they're called fifth generation of district heating approach. Also, I want, uh, for some reason, there is no animation on this presentation. Maybe like some technical issues, but you will understand it from my words. Here, I mentioned number of steps which are important to take. Yes, unfortunately, they're messed up. Before we move to the issue of heat pumps, geothermal energy, what our next speakers will talk. Number one is planning, uh, development schemes of district heating. If we don't understand where we will have what source of heat generation, the efficiency of such system will be very low. Second is generation. We should understand what potential each city has in terms of generation. In certain cities, there is a lot of biomass. Somewhere there are water from mines. Some cities generate a lot of industrial heat, like because each city will have their own potential of generation for heat why Zhytomyr it has so low losses on networks? Because the length of the networks is very small. If we will calculate the heat losses in Kiev, you will be very surprised. So attention to the networks, low temperature distribution networks, yes, double well insulated pipes. This is a must. Systems at the level of the network, we call them distributed heat points. They should be highly automated because losses of heat are considerable. So installation, automation, control, and monitoring, that's absolutely needed. And two last pictures is about buildings themselves. We should pay attention to the building. In order for the heat pump to be efficient, uh, building should be sufficiently automated in terms of radiation heat. And I'm practically calculating the capacities for the heat pumps. One is air heat pump is on CO2 air heat pump. Another type of heat pump, it's not water to water heat pump. We calculated for industrial facility. Return of investment 9 years. Cost of megawatt 250 euro. And 3.9 years of ROE is Poltava uh, Hawk. They so they utilizing hot air from their uh, foundries, and the heat pump will ROE is 3.5 years. So so uh, eight, so another one is eight. So usually the focus was on the hot water because there was no technology that can give these high temperatures. These two types of heat pumps gave output of 85 degrees. So this is very practical calculation, but we have to understand that even like the issue to the small details. For example, we calculated the heat exchanger to wastewater. One degree of temperature in the wastewater, if we haven't calculated properly, is like 100,000 euro for the heat exchanger. Every like if half of degree of planning will uh, influence efficiency of the system and cost of the system. This is uh, the reality of engineering, and if you will need to implement such solutions, please welcome to contact us. Thank you, Kirilo, for very profound overview. And let's now talk about the practices on the global level. And I want to present next speaker, Sanjeev Kumar from the European Council of Geothermal Energy. And maybe Sanjeev will tell us about EU experience in for district heating. Mr. Sanjeev?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I will just share my screen now, and then we can go through my initial thoughts and my contribution towards this lovely session. So, just to share my screen now. Okay, so I hope you can see everything.
Just a moment, Sandra, just a moment. We are in the process of just a moment. I think it's still the connection, the quality of the connection.
Okay.
No, we cannot see still. We see just a white screen. If you don't mind, our colleagues will yeah. So I will.
use your.
Someone is writing on your screen. Okay, sorry. Can you please stop sharing? Шановні колеги, ви можете поширити? Хтось хакнув наш Zoom. Someone hacked our Zoom. Okay. So we will share it by ourselves. Yes, we see the presentation.
Thank you very much for that. Just as a reminder, the European Geothermal Energy Council is the trade association for the geothermal sector across all of Europe. So it covers the geographic scope from Iceland and Norway to Turkey, Northern Europe and Southern Europe as well. We also do a lot of collaboration with countries outside the continent of Europe. So yes, we cover the entire value chain from installers, producers, designers, drillers, to academia and local authorities, and of course government agencies as well. So the entire value chain of geothermal. If we can move on to the next slide, please.
Наступний слайд, будь ласка.
Yes, just to give you an indication of the this is quite important. The general perception is that geothermal is a niche market, but you can see from this data here that in some countries it's actually a very mature market. So where you have the most number of geothermal heat pumps which have been installed, the top three countries are Sweden, Germany, France. Finland, Netherlands is also the kind of growing countries. Poland, over the last 4 or 5 years, has radically moved up the value chain, as is Switzerland. So you're starting to see not just the usual countries like Sweden and Germany who moved very early, late 70s and early 80s into geothermal heat pumps, but actually you're seeing a lot more countries moving into the space now as well. What that means is that at the moment we have 2.19 million installed in 2022. So this data is 2 years old. We're waiting for the latest set of data to come out, but we've already seen, for example, record growth last year in countries like Poland. We had a 12% increase whilst the general construction sector declined. So we're starting to see geothermal growing irrespective of building renovations. This is a really important point to make. But in terms of kind of the big growth markets, Germany continued to be a big growth market, but Netherlands, Poland are really the kind of countries that we're looking at, because this gives us an indication that geothermal heat pumps are becoming a more mainstream application. I should just point out that this data here is looking at larger heat pumps, so the kind of smaller ones, less than 8 kilowatt hours is not really something that we capture here, but anything that's 12 and above, 12 kilowatts and above is captured in this data. Can we have the next slide, please? Now, what you're starting to see is a lot of geothermal applications addressing existing central heating systems which run on fossils. And if you look back to Alexander's slide deck, when he talked about the different generations of district heating, what you find is that in many cases, the second generation, where you had a heat network using water that was then centrally heated by a single fossil capacity, that's the most obvious places to convert to geothermal, and they would be looking at a very large heat pump. The example of that you can see in a city called Villers-Villacabé in France. It's in between Paris on one side and Versailles on the other, and it had effectively 3 gas plants who were then heating up the hot water that was distributed throughout the city. What happened is that a single geothermal system with a large heat pump was installed. That heat pump effectively shifted the water temperature from, I think it was 45 degrees to 55 degrees, which meant that you had to have the least amount of renovation on the building stock. This is a really good example, and it's one of the things that can be changed very, very quickly. It took 2 years to design this project. Then you have more bigger and iconic projects. Munich, for example, the local authority there has sat down and kind of identified how you systematically convert the entire city of Munich, one of the biggest and most wealthy cities in Europe, if not the world, to geothermal. And the kind of planning approach is really quite valuable. They've looked at deep applications and they're topping it up with shallow applications. geothermal heat pumps and shallow applications. And you can see from the graph on the bottom right-hand side of your screen that you've had a lot of progress. But this planning approach is very, very important to the 5th generation that Alexander highlighted in his slide deck. If I could have the next slide, please. What you're also starting to see now in terms of that 4th and 5th generation of district heating is the rise of network geothermal. The majority of new district heating systems in Europe are now becoming networked geothermal ones. So where you have lots of heat pumps effectively connected through a common infrastructure, supplying vast sections of a community. The 2 examples I want to give you here from the slide, you can deep dive and come back to me on these if you'd wish to. But if you look on the bottom left screen from Jodine in Belgium, you can see an example of the infrastructure that we're looking at building. But actually, the applications you can see much clearer on the on the last 2 pictures: Enfield in the UK and number 12 Slaskia Street in Poland. With the Enfield, you can see 2 tower blocks. There are 8 in total. All of them were converted to geothermal heat networks. The holes that were drilled, the boreholes were drilled in the park that you see in front of you. So you can actually cover big social housing blocks in one go to move everybody within all of the residences within a block in one go. The advantage of this is that you had some people who are very wealthy and some people who are less wealthy, but because you built a common infrastructure, you're able to move everybody into the transition pathway. This is an important lesson and certainly something that we would like the energy planners within Ukraine to be looking at. And then the other example in Poland here is where you have a big block with 120 apartments included. There is a degree of renovation that was done here. Solar panels were included on the top. Those solar panels then power the heat pumps, the geothermal heat pumps. There's 12 boreholes that were built to supply this building, this apartment block. Again, you had a mixture of wealthy and less wealthy people. But the crucial thing is irrespective of the size of the building, network geothermal becomes a really valuable and economically efficient solution to look at. So this is what we're seeing more of. The example in Brussels on the top left-hand side of your screen is just a project that was started last week, but it's happening all over Europe now. This is the trend line that we're seeing. We're going to expect to see this a lot more over the coming years. Next slide, please. What you can also see is applications in commercial and public buildings. This is very, very important. So you have the NATO headquarters, the Palais de l'Élysée, where President Macron lives, but also, superstores like IKEA, where you're looking at kind of building specialized heating and cooling systems using geothermal. And then you have hospitals such as one in Barcelona on the top left of your screen, which is the biggest project. We had 360 boreholes drilled within this complex building in order to preserve the visual integrity of the building. This is a heritage, a UNESCO World Heritage site. So it dates 600, 700 years ago. So it's a very old building. Very little could be done to the external facade. Air source heat pumps were not an option because it's located in Barcelona. Climate and kind of clean energy was important. So you couldn't have anything that was combusting. Really, geothermal was the only solution. It turned out to be one of the cheapest solutions as well. So these examples show you can do big, big buildings and you create a heat network just for those. And there should be many iconic buildings within the country that can be quickly converted to geothermal. And then you can look to extend networks on the back of that. Next slide, please. And then what I want to do here is to kind of give you an example of how regions can kind of move on geothermal. So I mentioned earlier Munich, and one of the trend lines that we started to see now is that sometimes a national government, when they decide to set their own climate mitigation target, they had a renewable energy target. The very first target actually was very small for geothermal, hardly featured. But what they did do is that they asked the local authorities to sit down and start planning how much you can move people to renewables. The original thinking in Wallonia and across Belgium was to convert everything to biomass. What they realised is there's not enough supply of biomass within the region or within Belgium, and that you would then start to have considerable supply chain pressures for the feedstock. So once they discounted biomass, they then looked at the geology and they realized that actually the vast bulk of the city, the commerce, the industry, and the buildings really good geothermal temperature. So what you can see from this little black box on the left-hand side, which is a map of the city of Charleroi, the zones in red are in post-industrial zones, which are not to be touched, but the light blue is all to be covered by shallow geothermal, so geothermal heat pumps, closed loop and open loop, and then the dark blue is the kind of deeper projects. But you can cover pretty much between 70 and 90% of the entire energy demand for heating and cooling within a city once you start to plan. So the message here is not that you should wait just for the government of Ukraine to kind of make these commitments. It's very important to empower local authorities and local governments all across the country, the mayors all across the country, to sit down and take ownership of this issue. This is where you get a lot of growth going and you can drive local industries. The crucial thing about this project here as well is that you can see that from the very first tender that was launched, there were 34 projects which were approved. 24 of them were in private buildings, 10 of them in public. It was important to mix public and private buildings together. What you started to see there is companies such as Carno develop their own business models and now have the confidence to start looking at other parts of Belgium, but also other countries in the rest of Europe as well. So you really can build a local supply industry if you take this regional approach to transitioning to geothermal and building your infrastructure and your industrial footprint. It's a very important lesson which can very easily be replicated to the rest of Ukraine. And then I think that's my final slide. If you could move on to the next one, please. Yes, that is my final slide. So I just want to recap the messages that I've already mentioned. The first one is with geothermal heat pumps, you can go very, very quickly when it comes to getting the installations done and immediately delivering benefits for the rest of the consumers, but the rest of the society and the local communities. The second thing is that it's important to think locally and to support as much as possible the local regeneration. So you shouldn't be looking just for making installations, just to install ground source heat pumps. What you should be doing is looking at how you can build a local industry to employ people to do this at scale. That's really where the benefits of geothermal become very, very much beneficial. And at the same time, recognize that when you are acting local, thinking global, and kind of going geothermal, that actually your local impact is going to have an international impact. And I think this is really the lesson. We can all be part of the global energy transition if we go geothermal heat pumps. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sanjeev. And many thanks for the blue and yellow background. Thanks a lot. So if you don't mind, we will move forward with the next speaker because we have quite a lot of presentations and we will keep the Q&A session later. Our next speaker is Sean Forrest from the US Geothermal Technologies Office. And I'd like to check whether Sean is here and whether we can discuss now the US experience in the applying of geothermal solution in the country. Hi, Sean, and happy to see you.
Yes, wonderful to be here. Thanks for having me. I might ask if you all want to share my presentation on my behalf, perhaps, just to...
Yes, we can share, of course. And first of all, I would like to say thanks a lot for getting up so early for us. It's 6 a.m. I think, yes, in the US.
I have a 1.5-year-old son, tend to be up at this hour anyway sometimes. Well, lovely to be here. Thank you for having me. And I'm here on behalf of the U.S. Department of Energy's Geothermal Technologies Office, where I lead our analysis program. And I really want to tell the story in a short amount of time about the compelling narrative Sanjeev really led off with a really good set of examples in the European Union. We're really interested in then telling, of course, the value statement of thermal energy networks, of geothermal heat pumps, and the opportunity that they provide for the United States as well. So next slide, please. So there's, among all of the competing priorities in the department, geothermal heating and cooling is actually rising to the top in priority with our leadership, with what we're focusing on. It's a long-standing research topic as an applied R&D organization like ourselves. However, the momentum we're seeing, as referenced in Europe, as well as what we're seeing in the United States, we are seeing very much a groundswell of interest here. So we are leaning into that space. And the first part of that is discussing why people would want to, of all the options to decarbonize your heating and cooling system, why geothermal heat pumps, why geothermal heating and cooling really makes a compelling narrative. So on the next slide, we set out to quantify what that benefit was in the past 2 years or so on a national scale here in the US. As I mentioned, we already know that the mass deployment of geothermal heat pumps could mean significant carbon reductions and increased fuel resiliency for any community that wants to invest in this. What we were really aiming to find out is what could that mean as far as savings and realization of value to the US grid. As you may know, we have very ambitious decarbonization goals here in the United States, looking to decarbonize our grid by 2035, and our entire energy economy by 2050. In order to achieve that goal, there is a significant amount of infrastructure we need to build in order to make that happen. But we surmised that, in fact, because geothermal heat pumps are so efficient in cutting peak demand for an individual home, what would that behavior look like if you scale that to the national scale? So that was what the study that is featured here on the screen. We released it in 2013, and I'm going to go in. We released it in December of 2023, and I will now go into a couple just quick hits as far as our results. So next slide, please. So the good news is that geothermal heat pumps are a significant opportunity to contribute in a major way to a decarbonized United States future. Our study found that there is clear economic value, and I'll talk a little bit about more of the numbers in the next coming slides. There is a large opportunity for consumer energy savings. So individual energy users, renters, and homeowners who may own their homes alike will benefit from the mass deployment or the network deployment of geothermal. Sanjeev mentioned it, right? You can't import boreholes. You do need to keep your jobs local. It can be a jobs and manufacturing engine that can benefit any community that wants to invest. Along the way, it is a significant emissions reduction approach. What we were most surprised, though, to find is that the amount of grid capacity that we can avoid to build between now and 2050 in terms of generation of new builds as well as transmission. That was really, I think, the foundational finding that this report found, and what we've really been inspired by to pursue further since we released the report. Next slide, please. So just some numbers quickly for you. If we deploy geothermal heat pumps on a massive scale here in the United States through 2050, we could be avoiding 43,600 miles of new interregional transmission infrastructure that would be otherwise required to meet the same decarbonization goal. As you all may know, building transmission, it can be a challenge because of the amount of jurisdictions, the interregionality of getting electrons from one part of, for example, the Midwest to the West Coast or the East Coast, where there are large population centers. If we can avoid the need to build out the extent of transmission that is required to meet those goals, that's a significant value contributor. Along the way, we can also reduce up to 410 gigawatts of nationwide generation capacity requirements. And this means a few things, right? It means there will still be a large economic opportunity to develop solar, wind, and many other renewable energy resources. But at the same time, we do not need to overbuild our grid to meet a lower capacity factor from variable renewable energy resources. That in turn then can bolster seasonal US grid resilience. We've seen the results of communities that invested in geothermal heat pumps in the Texas deep freeze in 2022. They were largely resilient as a result of that technology. And so we want to see that scale to a national scale here in the US. And along the way, there's a compelling opportunity to save up to 7 gigatons of carbon. That is equivalent to all the US emissions we produced in 2022. Next slide, please. So just to drive home the value in terms of US dollars, what we found is that, again, if we mass deploy geothermal heat pumps, we could be providing US consumers in 2020 terms of 2022 present value, $1.6 trillion in energy savings, avoided fuel savings, and emission savings. If in fact you zoom out to the 2050 value statement of that, you're now talking about over $5 trillion of value to the US energy consumer by investing in geothermal heat pumps on a massive scale here in the US. So that's really our North Star. That's what we're pointing to. That's the whole point of the report, was to come up with this takeaway slide to quantify what that value opportunity is. And I think on the next coming slides, we're now putting that into action. And we're doing that through a few ways. So I'll now go into, on the next slide, the advent of thermal energy networks. Sanjeev mentioned it, had a couple great photos there of some of the latest, the fifth and future generation systems that are being installed. The same groundswell of interest in Europe is the same you're seeing here in the United States, particularly in communities in the northeastern portions of the United States, but also Minnesota, Colorado, other US states are really investing their time and energy and resources and interest, frankly, in this approach. So unlike a single family home geothermal heat pump installation, this is an opportunity to connect many users across a centralized type system that also can use ambient temperature. It can use multiple thermal energy sources, not just geothermal. It really can be a jack of all trades when it comes to decarbonizing urban networked environments. They don't always need boreholes, right? We can be leveraging large bodies of water that may be nearby. These are imminently configurable, and the really exciting thing is that this does offer is that for economies and utilities that may be looking down the pipeline and seeing decarbonization as a challenge to a traditional natural gas business model, we strongly feel that thermal energy networks, the transition of business models from fuel switching from natural gas to a geothermal heated resource makes a lot of sense and can leverage the same skill sets and the same infrastructure.
Sean, can you hear us? Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can. We can go to the next slide if I pause there. Sorry about that. So I just want to mention quickly here, we have 11 projects that we are providing $13 million towards designing community scale thermal energy network systems. 6 are in urban settings, 4 in rural settings, 1 in remote, and in fact 2 are in Alaska. So we are really seeing the breadth and depth of geographic diversity in these projects. And the coalitions are not just those that want to engineer, design, and build these systems. We are really asking for, and the teams had to bring forward, the communities around these systems in order to get buy-in. We do feel that it's really important to not only tell the technical story, but you do need community support. You need local jurisdictions buying into these systems, because that is really where we see the scalable opportunity to create a future-proof and fuel-resilient infrastructure through thermal energy networks. And I think I may have one more slide. So the other part that is driving action here in the U.S. is the opportunity for legislation in terms of both the preventing of new home building in states like Massachusetts to be hooked up to natural gas pipelines. These are the legislative actions that are driving the interest in district energy and thermal energy networks, more specifically in Massachusetts, Minnesota, New York, Colorado. In fact, the slide is so new that I didn't have time to put in Maryland and Washington states updates. So that is really on a week-by-week basis here in the U.S. We are seeing a lot of folks come to both the Geothermal Technologies Office as well as more broadly geothermal practitioners here in the U.S. to learn more about how they can adopt these types of systems. So we are really, I believe we are at the precipice and an inflection point, and I think over the next coming 5 years, we're going to see a massive groundswell of interest to install these types of systems for the benefit of the US. So with that, I think that might be my last slide. Oh, I did want to mention, sorry, that we are also working on this opportunity internationally as well through mechanisms like the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, otherwise known as PTEC. So we are working with, for example, our Croatian colleagues, as well as with Minister Burduja and the Romanian Ministry of Energy, as well as specifically the city of Bucharest, to help leverage the DOE National Laboratory technical and feasibility study capabilities to help them understand how they could also then retrofit and convert to geothermal. So happy to talk more about that as an opportunity, but I did want to make sure that folks know DOE and the US is present in making this transition happen globally, and we really do want to work with all of our partners to make sure that happens. So with that, I will turn it back to you, Elena, and thanks for the time.
Thank you very much, Sean. And it's a great pleasure to see you, and thanks so early for us. Я просто хочу сказати, I will just turn in Ukrainian for a moment. Я хочу сказати, що
I want to say that we trying to cooperate with DOE and Geothermal Transition Office in order for these ideas and practices that were presented currently, we can implement here. It's an early stage of such cooperation, but we believe this will be a systemic solution for at least next 50 years. I will switch to English back.
Let me then now go to our next speaker, which is Winfried Damm from Rewarm Ukraine, GIZ, and Winfried will talk about the German experience in district heating and using heat pumps, but also if you can make a small connection with Ukraine, we'd be very much thankful. I don't know how you will deal with 40 slides, but would be thankful for 10 minutes. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I try my very best. Sharing my screen here. I hope this is working.
Yes, it works.
So this is an introduction to GIZ, the German Development Corporation, and what we are doing all in Ukraine. And I'm happy that all of you are following up those slides in detail later on. So I'm convinced that district heating is the energy of the future. And it's the most economical solution for heating in urban areas. So please, Ukraine, stick to district heating and make it profitable. And there are so many opportunities. And we are, as GIZ, are eager to help and support you. What is the background? And keep in mind, as the previous speakers already mentioned, we are all into decarbonization of any sector, including the heating sector. So the EU is looking for decarbonization by 2050, Germany by 2045, and I'm talking about the entire economy. For me, as a utility guide, 45 means 20 years. This is tomorrow. So we have a lot of laws in Germany, and I'm happy to go into details later on. These are the laws for district heating. Interesting is the mandatory heat planning for municipalities. I come to this later in an EU context as well. So keep in mind that for heating by 2045 at latest, everything has to be based on renewables or unavoidable waste heating, with maximum of 15% from biomass for large heat grids. This is being broken down till 2030 and 2040. So you have to achieve at least 30% within the next 5 years. Another major thing of this law is that every municipality has to submit a heat plan. And this has to be done within the next 2 years for larger cities and within the next 4 years for smaller cities. On top, every district heating operator has to submit a decarbonization plan within the next 2.5 years. What is the background? And we are talking a lot about generation. But first we should talk about the demand. So here you can see the slide of laws and regulation in Germany, how to decrease the energy demand and the heating demand in a building. So this evolved after the oil price shock in 1973 and is now down to more or less net zero buildings. So reduce the demand very significantly and then come up with renewable sources for providing the remaining heat. The same is true for the EU. And as you can see from this study, about 50% roughly, or let's say 40% plus, can be saved in the existing district heating environment. Here's an overview about the district heating generation mix expected by 2050. And you can see heat pumps are a significant share. The same is true for geothermal, and some in this projection would come and be covered by hydrogen. I've been asked to talk a little bit about geothermal. As already been mentioned, Munich is a major city for large geothermal plants. They start and having the largest geothermal plant set up with a capacity up to 75 megawatt. I put in here some links where you can get all the details. Vienna is looking for setting up their geothermal starting in 27, are expecting about 200 megawatts. And here we are talking about going very deep into the ground, so 2 kilometers till 4 kilometers. A different approach is using heat in your normal environment. So the municipal utility of Mannheim is using Rhine water and has constructed the largest heat pump in Germany with about 20 megawatt. And the capacity of the Rhine and the Neckar might cover up to 500 megawatt, which would substitute the largest coal power plant in Mannheim. And here you can see, with using this heat pump, you can easily generate district heating temperature of 83 to 99 Celsius. Here you can find a map of all the geothermal applications in Germany if you want to go in further detail. Here you can see the sales of the heat pumps in Germany. These are not cumulative, these are annual figures. So as you can see, only in last year in 23, there were more than 350,000 heat pumps installed in Germany. What I actually would like to talk more about are the experience of changing the district heating situation in East Germany. This has been very similar to the Ukraine situation. And the main thing is that we applied in East Germany the experience from West Germany, took over their laws, got into, and this is one of the key laws, is general condition for supplying district heating. Then again, tackled the demand side. On the demand side, start out with metering and billing by apartment, by law. Then replace the one-pipe system with a two-pipe system, or to express it differently, make sure that each radiator can be regulated. And then on top, improve the building standards and installations. On the district heating grids, make a proper plan for the entire city, plan properly the demand of the future, and accordingly in East Germany, the demand halved. So the existing demand has been decreased by more than 50% on average. Then have independent heat substation by the building, IHS, stop the water losses, and lower the temperature in the piping system. On top, supply district heating 24/7, which means always. Leave it to the customer. That's your most valuable asset you have. Leave it to them when to purchase district heating from your site. Provide them with sufficient hot water for also using hot water as an application of district heating. If you're very advanced and you have the requirement, even offer district heating hot water for cooling. look into the tariff systems. About 25% is based on the demand capacity, 75% on the consumption. The demanded capacity in Leipzig is differentiated by the return temperature to have some incentives to the final customers to come back with the lowest possible temperature. And only then we are discussing about generation. So in East Germany, there was a major shift from coal and lignite to CHP gas-based, and of course, using wherever you can industrial waste heat, waste incineration plants, and renewables. And don't forget, build large heat storage. And lastly, digitalize as much as you can. So the principles for clean and district heat deployment you can see here. Here are again the energy efficiency suggestions I explained already. What are the details? Make a proper heat planning. Consider that Ukraine wants to become part of the EU. These are the two main directives. That's 23/70/91, requiring the heat plans, requiring individual metering and billing by apartment, and the new directive on energy performance of buildings. And you find the links to those directives below here. And if you want to have further information, feel free to join and check all those things. Thank you very much. And I try to stay within 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Wim. That was fantastic. Thanks a lot. And I just again switch to Ukrainian. Я маю сказати, що Україна також буде імплементовувати.
Ukraine will be implementing mentioned directives of EU, and we already working on them. Partially, they already implemented on energy efficiency in buildings. We will have to adopt updated versions of these directives, but work is pending. Anyway, we will have to follow these directives. Thank you, and we move to the next speaker.
Research on energy systems, sustainable development and energy sources, Italy. So we are going to Italy now, and we will be very much thankful for your kind explanation how Italy is using the heat pumps and geothermal solutions to decarbonize district heating in your country. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for calling us to contribute to this workshop. I will share a presentation, if I may.
Yes, of course. But so I would ask you to stay within 10 minutes, if I may.
I will do my best to do so. So thank you very much for calling, and I will go very quickly through some of the main aspects about geothermal applications in the Italian framework and the Italian context. Italy has been one of the very first countries in the world to adopt and to use mostly high temperature geothermal energy. First of all, for electricity production. The first plant was in operation in 1913, and until 1958, Italy was the only country really able to produce electricity from geothermal energy. Of course, we are now speaking about low temperature geothermal, which of course is more widespread and easy. For the moment, as far as we are looking at the overall situations, we can see that the installed capacity by the end of 2020 was overall more than 15,000 megawatt. In 2022, more than 16. We can say that unfortunately in Italy, the situation remains really unchanged compared to 2020 estimates, and it covers about 5% of energy from renewable energy sources, with 6 terawatt hour from only 1,000 megawatt of installed capacity. Geothermal production from the electricity point of view is concentrated in Tuscany, where it covers really a wide range of a significant percentage of the electricity demand. Going to the lower temperature applications. Of course, geothermal energy can be used widely. The keywords here are renewable energy and programmable energy. This is very, very important as far as integrated energy systems are concerned. The vision in the European sector for the development of geothermal energy is extremely high, and I'm making reference here to the Strategic Energy Technology Plan implementation working group targets for 2050. You can see the figures here. They are extremely high, and the vision is very, very strong towards the use of geothermal energy in the integrated energy system towards 2050. Now, coming back to the low temperature geothermal energy, we all know that the advantages for the low thermal geothermal energy is that especially if you are working in a closed loop, you don't need any geothermal reservoirs. It's almost quite constant temperature around throughout the year, and it can meet the needs both of residential and industrial user with significant environmental benefits. And of course, you have the opportunity to upgrade buildings up to 4 energy classes, of course, with some investment which may be somehow high for the private sector. In order to understand what the capabilities and what the potential is at a national level for low temperature geothermal energy, there is a need to understand what the mapping of geo exchange potential is. This is an activity that is being carried out all over Italy to try to identify the map of geothermal potential. This is completely done as far as high temperature and medium temperature. It is ongoing as far as low temperature is concerned. You need to make much more sophisticated and local investigations through geological and lithostratigraphic data, hydrogeological data, temperature data, and so on and so forth. And a lot of activity has been and is in progress in several regions. For example, close to Naples, and for example, in the south part of Italy, close to Catanzaro, there is a very detailed activity being carried out, both from the study point of view as well as validation with real sensors. Just to illustrate some activity that has been carried out in considering as well historical buildings, the use of geothermal energy to heat and cool historical buildings is very much of interest in the Italian framework. One example has been the SmartMed project carried out here in Rome, where different buildings have been considered, a federal streaming complex, several privately owned buildings, and an industrial technical institute on which you can see from the top in this picture. Here, 2 activities have been carried out. First of all, the identification of the energy needs of the building based on advanced digital models with the characteristics that you see, and also the calculation of the potential thermal power using all the experimental geological analysis with the ground response tests that have been carried out locally on this specific part of the town. Of course, when you apply the geothermal heating and cooling systems, you need to understand what is going to be the long-term performance of the system. So this is carried out by means of numerical calculations, where we have found also from the calculation and from the experiments the impact of the distance between the different probes, the existence of a progressive depletion of the efficiency of the system, and the mitigation effect of the seasonal alternation of heating and cooling seasons. From the policy point of view, a very specific activity has been carried out in the development of the Sustainable Energy Action Plan in Rome, where the identification of all the possible opportunities for cleaning the energy sector with the specific application also of geothermal power, of geothermal heat pumps has been carried out by the Roman, by the policymakers here in Rome City, and involving all the different stakeholders that may be that need to be included in such a big policy definition. Just to mention some of the things that are happening in Italy, all over Italy, in terms of incentives for the energy efficiency in buildings. We have a specific measure that is called Conto Termico, which means the thermal account incentive scheme, which includes the refurbishment, the aid to the refurbishment of buildings from the shell, the plants, and it addresses the project planned, ongoing, and concluded systems, covering up to 65% of admissible costs. And we will see that in this slide, covering up to 65% of replacement of traditional heating and cooling systems with modern systems if you apply more than 2 technologies, and lower rates, 40% for wall and roof insulation, lighting system, building automation, up to 50% for the thermal insulation in higher performances, climate zones, and the thermal insulation or replacement of windows when in combination with additional energy efficiency measures. I would like also to mention an ongoing European activity that is of high importance, of high potential importance for this sector, the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, that gives the possibility to finance pilots and to finance development projects. This is a gathering of 31 countries nowadays, which is co-funded by the European Commission. Last year, during the calls that have been organized, more than 130 million euros have been used for development projects. And in particular, if you look at the different initiatives that are comprised in the Clean Energy Transition Partnership, you see that there is a specific initiative that is dedicated to efficient zero-emission heating and cooling solutions. And there the possibility to develop and to demonstrate innovative technologies and systems, also in the application of low temperature systems, geothermal systems applications, both at the building solutions but also at industrial level. And this is my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Michel, and very much thankful for the last slides, because we will be talking also about the sources of financing a bit later. Many thanks. If you allow us, we will move forward to the next speaker, which is Andres Griffroy, member of the EU Committee of the Regions, member of the Flemish Parliament. I will switch very shortly into Ukrainian. We'll do some introduction if you don't mind. Європейський комітет регіонів нещодавно робив аналіз.
European Committee of the Regions conducted an analysis called upon to show where Ukrainian communities could be helped in introducing geothermal solutions. We know that the committee is very much interested in this cooperation, and we have invited our colleagues to tell us more where we can draw on the experience of EU municipalities.
A few words about what the EU Committee of Regions working on geothermal solutions, on district heating solutions, and how you think this cooperation could be developed with Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And very glad to be able to participate in this conference today. I'm still in traveling modus, but I hope all of you can hear me clear and good.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, thank you. It was very interesting to hear the different examples from the United States, Germany, Italy. Now we try to focus on what is the vision of the European Committee of the Regions. We have even recently adopted an opinion on geothermal energy, and if I use the words of the rapporteur, Mr. Ribani, there are incredible opportunities in geothermal energy in terms of ensuring energy security, increasing the share of renewable energy, and securing affordable energy prices. And we are fully aware that Europe is in the midst of a major transition. At the same time, you have a bloody war in your country, and this is affecting our societies and economies. And this energy crisis from almost 2 years ago increased our fear for security of energy. This topic, if I can say like that, or in this case, locally produced renewable energy will play a considerable role in building more resilient local communities while making the EU more energy independent. And this is the same that also for me, for Ukraine, then you can also be more energy independent. Geothermal energy can boost also employment, especially in rural areas, but also city areas, and support the EU's just transition, as it can use decommissioned fossil fuels facilities such as coal mines, but also provide reskilling opportunities for workers in oil and gas sectors. The Committee of the Regions emphasizes the crucial role of citizen participation in centralizing district heating energy production, and believes that energy communities represent a chance to establish a sustainable, decentralized or centralized and democratic energy transition with the active participation of everyone. There's so much to do in a little time, with resources being spread widely, but we all know that action is needed. We cannot afford to pick winners and losers. Instead, we should favor all clean and green energy resources that make economic, social, and environmental sense, especially considering the local and regional context. Geothermal energy and the connection with the district heating is such an energy. It's clean, it's green, it's local sourced, and it's ideal for local consumption. Considering the above, I'm convinced of the key role geothermal energy can play for Europe as a catalyst of positive change, with a particular focus at the local and regional level. And certainly, when you can centralize it and connect it with the heat grids for district heating, but then, of course, maintenance and the first part, energy efficiency in the houses or in the factories or in the buildings, is very important. But the road is long and not easy. And we have still a lot of bottlenecks, such as skills and capacity. While the technology is already mature, it's important to showcase what needs to be done by the largely unused potential of geothermal energy to make it happen at EU level. And this will need some upfront investment and some burden sharing to share investment risks. As the production of geothermal energy remains relatively expensive in many cases, the Committee of the Regions suggests developing and scaling up local geothermal energy production with the provision of suitable public guarantees and financial credit lines for geothermal heating and cooling and electricity infrastructure development. And here, in that point, of course, you and the Committee of the Regions and all countries, I think, for supporting Ukraine can help Ukraine with these topics. Let's not forget the importance of geothermal for resilience of cities. Resilience being one of the Committee of the Regions' main policy priorities. To make real the potential of geothermal, they have to create the right market signals for investors, put in place legislative and regulatory provisions, address the burning issue of data access and geothermal resource mapping, invest in skills and engage citizens so that any whispers about possible environmental impacts are silenced. And while trying not to be too prescriptive, it is clear to me that scale-up geothermal, we have to utilize local knowledge from local universities and experts. We need place-based strategies. We need to be smart about using existing engineering and technology human resources from the oil and gas industry to this new direction. And I think here there can be a lot of exchange between Ukraine and Europe. Finally, we should engage very closely with the consumers, those that will use this energy. And this is not only the household consumers and the large end users industry, but also agriculture and the services sectors. Maybe we can call it the Alliance or the Alliance for Geothermal. I will conclude my intervention by repeating the importance of delivering local benefits in terms of jobs and revenues, which clearly geothermal can provide. The local and the regional authorities have the obligation to support local energy production. And it's also an opportunity to reap the associated benefits for the local economy, society, and environment. And geothermal can be ideal in this context. And there's a lot that we can do in the cooperation between Ukraine and Europe. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bertoy, and we're very much thankful to Committee of Region for all the cooperation with Ukraine and all your support for Ukraine. And we are looking forward to meet in Berlin at the Ukraine Reform Conference to discuss more of EU and Ukraine cooperation at the level of regions and cities. Thank you very much. With that, let me pass the floor to the next speaker, which is Giulia Conforto from the e-think think tank based in Austria. This is the last speaker, but not the least one, because we will discuss the financing. Ми будемо говорити про те, які є фінансові схеми підтримки.
In this presentation, we'll focus on the available sources of funding, similar solutions, including geothermal and others. Julia, as we know, has conducted a very useful review of how similar projects are funded throughout Europe, and we draw some important conclusions.
Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you, Elena, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for holding on time for the next break. Do you have my presentation at hand, or should I share my screen?
Yes, you do have.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. So a little bit about me and e-think. e-think is this non-profit research center based in Vienna that is specialized in the decarbonization of the building stock. So we span from the decarbonization of the building envelope, upgrade of heating and cooling systems, and of course, modeling of district heating and cooling networks, including development of local transition strategies. My specialty is how to finance all these activities. So I ask you to kindly go to the next slide, please. And let's dive directly into the topic. How do you finance a geothermal project? Well, it depends on the type of geothermal technology that you're developing. But back in the days, the GeoFar project had mapped how different sources of financing can intervene in different phases of the project development, identifying that at the very beginning, you may combine some public subsidies with some seed capital that comes from a venture source. It can be a public venture, it can be a private venture, but there must be some own capital, some capital that comes from a venture source. And the existence of some public subsidies help greatly. So public subsidies usually in the form of grants or even tax rebates cover only a minimal part of the overall investment that needs to be done. But the simple fact that there is in place a system of public financial support makes that those projects that pass the examination and are granted a public subsidy then have easier life in securing private financing, because that automatically makes them more bankable. At the same time, having public subsidies in place helps raising awareness, helps creating a level playground, a level playing field for geothermal energy compared to other fossil fuels that have been subsidized for decades. So you see that you have the intervention also of credit institutions such as banks or other sources of investors. But those usually happen throughout the project development at later phases. And then you can have operational subsidies such as tax rebates or feed-in tariffs. Now, this is when we look at a traditional geothermal project. You have to consider that here we have the project GeoFar also integrated the insurance mechanisms, so risk management mechanisms for short-term and long-term, because they considered also medium and deep geothermal. Of course, the resource risk is almost virtually eliminated when we're talking about shallow geothermal or closed-loop geothermal. Could I ask you to go to the next slide? Now, when we're talking about a geothermal district heating project, you have the geothermal development and then you have the district heating network. And how do you finance it? Traditionally in Europe, a district heating project. Well, here as well, there is a combination of sources. There is not one single source. There is a quote of debt finance, equity finance. There are some non-repayable funding in the forms of grants. And additionally, usually there is also a small part that can come from other sources. So it could be development baseline value capture strategies, could be revolving funds, and the grant capital could come from local subsidies, national subsidies, international development banks. The equity can come from individual private investors, from venture capitals. It really depends from project to project. There is not one size fits all, and it depends strongly also on the structure of each country. So your banking system, what is the propensity to lending, what is the current interest rate, what is the permitting and policy framework in place. But this is just to give you an overview. So we're talking about combining the complexity of these two systems, of these two constellations of financing sources. Now, if we go to the next slide, a few years ago, we did a mapping of all the instruments that are currently used for decarbonizing the building stock. And you have, of course, debt equity, non-repayable instruments, and other sources of assistance that we have classified between traditional and innovative. Looking into the public subsidies that are, let's say, the public financing mechanisms that are currently in place in Europe, and the private financing offer. So we're talking only about commercial products that you can find publicized on a bank website. Those that you see highlighted in green are those that we found relevant for geothermal district heating and cooling, where the darker shades indicate the instruments that were used the most often. So it's clear that public subsidies, in most cases, happen in the form of grants or subsidies because they are simpler. They are simpler to issue, to administer, to communicate. There are many other sources of funding that are very, very attractive. For instance, we can think of energy communities that so far are used mostly for photovoltaic and wind energy for power generation, but could be perfect for the development of district heating and cooling networks. Because if we look into the Danish example, in Denmark, currently district heating provides 66%, about 66%, data from last year, of the heating and cooling supply in buildings. And that was possible because the business model in Denmark makes that consumers are co-owners of the network, and that the price that they pay doesn't allow for any margin. There is no profit made out of it. It's a service, and the consumers are paying the actual production price. Now, this is not a standard instrument, so you have to be aware that there are many other financing mechanisms that you will not find as a public subsidy or as a commercial product. Next slide, please. Now we talked about the business model, and that is an important element because our colleague Sanjeev, the second speaker of the panel, just put together a report that will soon be published on the status review, on the review of the business models for geothermal district heating and cooling in Europe, and the EGIC. The work was led by Sanjeev, identified which business models are most often used. You have public business models, where you have an investment that is public, the responsible and the owner of the project is a public entity, so the local utility, if the utility is public, or the local municipality. You have a public developer. You have completely private investments, where companies develop a geothermal district heating network to supply their own needs, for instance, in a productive area. And then you have a series of nuances of a public-private investment. And depending on, we can say that the business model and the sources of financing are two different aspects, but they are so interrelated that there are some special combinations where, for instance, the energy communities are one of those special combinations. Now, I put the source at the bottom of the slide. I don't know if you're going to circulate the slides at the end. SAFEA is the name of the European project where we are developing these reports on the business models, on the financing mapping. There will be a tool where you can access all the currently available public and private financing instruments across Europe, filtering them per topic and country and type of instrument. They will be published soon, so if you want to either click on the link or Google SAFEA, you will find the project, and you could subscribe to the newsletter and just be kept up to date with the latest outcome of the project. Next slide, please. Now, looking into public incentives, we said they don't cover the full investment, but they are essential to allow the market uptake of a resource such as geothermal energy. We have seen that where we have public incentives, the adoption of the resource was much smoother, was much faster. They can intervene in reducing the capital expenditure of the initial investment, or they can reduce the operational expenditure of the operation and maintenance phase. The most common, we say, are investment grants, soft loans, and tax rebates. Sometimes you also have some guarantees, so that can reduce the collateral needed when applying for some debt financing, and there are, of course, subsidies for the upgrade of heating cooling systems with switching to, for instance, heat pumps. There are other subsidies, there are operating subsidies, feed-in tariffs, CO2 taxes, but there is always this barrier that is the level of complexity of the administration of an instrument and of communication of the instruments. If you need to overcome the barrier of making your potential beneficiaries understand what kind of instrument you're offering, that is already a barrier that has to be taken into consideration. Can we move on to the next slide, please? When it comes to private capital, to private finance, well, looking at the decarbonization of buildings, of the building stock in general, we have a lot of green loans and mortgages in Europe, but they are mostly for building renovation or for small renewable energy installations. So this doesn't apply to geothermal district heating and cooling networks, because geothermal district heating and cooling networks are typically they are such large projects that they are negotiated on a case-by-case basis, and where the creditworthiness of the project leader is much more important than the risk profile of the project. So you have to consider that the bank you may talk to most often will not have a person able to completely grasp the profitability and the risk profile of your project. And this is why having a public subsidy, having passed the first examination to obtain a public subsidy, is usually one of those elements that make projects much more bankable. Next slide, please. So now there is one instrument that has proved particularly useful in lower income countries. Ukraine is not a lower income country, but because of the war, so much of your public resources are absorbed by the military effort, you might find that interesting. That is blended finance. Blended finance proved extremely successful with supporting photovoltaic and small renewable energy projects in lower income countries. It works this way. So there is a small development funding that is a concessional fund. So it's a grant, it's not repayable, that can come from the government or can come from international funds, development banks typically. And that is meant to mobilize a much larger private capital that is supplied in the form of a loan, so it gets repaid at market rates. What happens is that those two sources of capital blend into one single instrument, where the beneficiary cannot obtain one if it has not obtained also the other. So it has to pass through examinations, through two examinations, and this instrument, called blended finance generically, is meant to reach a number of small projects that can be clustered by, for instance, a national energy agency, or typically a national institute or agency that provides development funds. Next slide, please. Now, the heat purchase agreement is also a very important element that we are seeing is more and more crucial in securing financing. Now, in Europe, many projects cannot find any support, any financial support, if they cannot provide a heat purchase agreement. That means a contract that is negotiated before starting the drilling, which ensures that a certain minimum amount of heat will be sold to a certain number of customers for a minimum price and a minimum duration. And of course, if you are thinking of a municipal network, either you are dialoguing between the geothermal developer and then the network operator. But if you're thinking at a private project, having a large consumer in the network usually helps reducing the number of negotiations. Next slide, please. Next. Thanks. So this should be the last slide. So what can we use as lessons learned from the European experience? In Europe, as the colleagues said, we are seeing that we are in the middle of a massive energy transition, and still we are not on track with our own targets. We have a lot of public incentives. There was a proliferation of private and public incentives that makes it difficult to keep track of the offer, and yet that is not enough to close the investment gap, because providing a public incentive or creating a private instruments for financing instruments are not enough if there is not an obligation to transition and to decarbonize. So the two things should go hand in hand. Not only incentives are not the only way to support the development of the geothermal market. The benchmarking platform, for instance, where local successful projects are communicated, and where the project developers can see what is the average rate of return on the investment, what is the average efficiency, what is the average depth that is reached, is an important tool. Developing a standard assessment tool for the banking sector can help a lot, because the point of view of the banks and of the credit institutions is completely different from the point of view of the project developers. Also, structural interventions should be kept into consideration, because, of course, the incentives can reduce the capex and opex, but cannot change the interest rate and the propensity to lending that is typical of the country. there is still a perception bias. So we have a number of countries where there is a sustained lack of trust towards public investments, towards district heating if it is set as a public investment, towards renewable energy investments in general, because they are considered less profitable and more risky than they actually are. And most interestingly, they are considered less profitable and more risky than traditional energy investments. So if you're serious about supporting this resource, be aware that communication will have to be a constant element of the process. Also stakeholders consultations, for instance, local communities engagement. What happens here in Vienna is that whenever there is a public renovation, the local community is invited to discuss it or to see what will happen. And this helps a lot because citizens feel as they are part of the process, they can share their opinion. If they don't share their opinion, they will not complain because they have had the chance to get in touch with the project developers. And last but not least, even those project developers that have found the funding might not still get a project done because able to pay does not mean able to transition. So one of the main barriers that is often overlooked is the development of the workforce. You will need not only enough finance available, enough capital available, enough financing instruments, supporting policy, a regulation, for instance, permitting for the depth to be drilled and permitting for the heat pumps, but also training specialized workforce for the whole value chain, for the whole process, from the planning into the operation and maintenance at all steps. And with that, I would have concluded my intervention. I think this was the last slide. Maybe we can get to the next one. Just to... Yes, here we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. And thanks a lot to all our speakers. I will switch to Ukrainian now. Actually, we have a lot of information and we have lunch, but I think we will give a chance. Maybe if there are some questions, we will just have 3-4 minutes for the questions. Ми за 1,5 години прослухали.
And an hour and a half, we heard a lot about implementation of geothermal in Germany, Italy, UK, US. We heard something about funding these developments. We heard about more global things like cooperation between Ukraine and the Committee of the Regions. I think that we'll be able to share our presentations. But unless you are super tired, there is a chance to ask a question. And by the way, Jill will ask you a question regarding which of the municipalities think they are ready to get going. Well, what would be on average the recoupment period for geothermal projects, and do you think that individual homeowners should be involved in projects like that?
Answer the question on payback period, either individual or district heating.
With regards to kind of individual buildings, some of this depends upon the kind of maturity of the market. But what we find in a country like France, for example, is that you have a payback of roughly between 8 to 10 years for kind of an individual building. Sometimes it kind of morphs out a bit further. What we also know, again, from France, the French government actually does an assessment every 2 years of the total cost of energy for every single energy technology. It's done by ADIME, the energy agency. And what their numbers and their own assessment looks at finds is the levelized cost of energy. So it takes into account all the infrastructure and allows you to have a balanced comparison between, for example, fossil-based heating compared to geothermal, but other renewables as well. Now, when it comes to district heating systems, what they find is that geothermal systems where you already have an infrastructure, so for example, you have a fossil-based district heating system, if you convert that to geothermal, then that's the cheapest form of energy we have. The numbers in 2019, the last time they looked at district heating, was as low as 15 euros per megawatt hour, the levelized cost of geothermal district heating, compared to 51 euros per megawatt hour for a gas-based system. So, geothermal is already cost competitive before the energy crisis in countries once it's operational. And when it comes to individual heat pumps, the best example is to look at the International Energy Agency. They did an assessment in their 2021 report on heating. It's the renewable heating. It's the very first time they did this. And what they found is that installed the total cost of a geothermal heat pump compared to other renewables and gas and other fossils, it was competitive in almost every single market that they assessed. So the payback periods tend to be very, very short. But again, that's when you look at both heating and cooling. And a lot of the times we don't have a conversation around cooling. Now, building on the point that Sean made from the US when he was talking about grids, one of the key advantages of a geothermal heat pump is that you have cooling built in. And that cooling can increase the efficiency up to 20%. So for every 1 unit of electricity, you're getting 20 units of cooling. That has a significant impact in terms of the load on the electricity system, but also in terms of looking at the total payback period if you look at heating and cooling at the same time. So I hope that's helped answer some of your question, but I open it up to my colleagues as well to interview.
Thanks a lot, Sanjay. Дякую дуже. Повторю питання. Є в когось враження, що хтось, будь ласка. І я думаю, що ми на цьому завершимо.
May I ask you if you believe some of the municipalities would be happy to start? I am Lyubov Karpenko, who come from Zaporizhia, and I head of Krug Resource Center, an NGO which works with condominium owners. Almost every week I attend their meetings. Unfortunately, I have to state the issues that our owners of condo owners have are so different from this particular gender. I don't think that residents of Zaporizhia are ready to go on. Well, I think this is an interesting topic, but it must be of interest for businesses, large businesses in particular. However, the lending, the credit policies effective in Ukraine do not help make them more interested. Because, once again, let me submit that the agendas pursued by co-owners are too far from geothermal. If you suffer from power outage in your apartment, availability of lighting in the public places won't help them. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, in Germany they started replacing multi-pipe system into two-pipe systems, but nobody doing anything like that in Ukraine. Thank you very much. I think this might get us started on another panel discussion. How do we make use of international experience? Do we just throw it away, or we still have a chance to digest and put it to use, even during the wartime? So, if you don't mind, I would defer any answers to your question to our after lunch time. We uh, would like to say thank you for your attention and involvement and invite you to lunch.
Зразу є наліво бар. Там нас мають погодувати. Після цього в нас 2 недовгих сесій, дуже цікавих. Перша сесія ми поговоримо про те, що робити на прикладах наших Житомир Теплоенерго і Звягель. А друга сесія буде про, яку буде вести Святослав Павлюк, буде про те, які кроки вже сьогодні можуть робити громади для центрального опалення. Дякую. але я пізніше починаю, то зважайте на це. Я не встиг.
Ми минулу першу панель ми теж почали пізніше.
Miss Ludmila, please also take a seat. We're waiting for Yuri. Dear colleagues, while we wait for the rest of the participants, I will introduce members of the panel. Now we will speak about more practical topics. We will speak about this, discuss how our municipal companies deal with their challenges, implement projects, new technologies. We have representatives from the municipal companies, Mr. Petrov from Zhytomyr Tepleenergo, Ms. Lyudmila Todorovich, head of the municipal enterprise Zvehel Teplo. So we have representatives of the municipalities in order to speak about how these agreements happen. Mr. Yuri Savich, technical expert, head of the Association Auditors of Ukraine, Mr. Vadim Litvin, what technologies currently our municipal companies can implement and other companies also may implement. And I, Mikhailo Lukyanik, will be moderator, and I will introduce our tool for the operator. So in case this panel will be different, if you will have questions, please raise your hand and we will answer it. Let's start with Mr. Peter from Zhytomyr Tepleenergo. And the question I have to you is, in 10 years, what is the best project you implemented in your company? Thank you very much. Good day to everyone. Petro Srichuk, I am technical director. I want to share my experience on how we reach to place where we are, where we looking to develop. In 2023, we developed our 10-year heat supply system together with the experts. We planned our activities until 2033. At the beginning, we took the one block boiler unit. We have old boilers there, old pumps, and it was heating and giving hot water to a kindergarten. Took a pilot project. 50% of the pilot, like the cost of the was 600,000 euro, half were grant money and half there was credit, and it was co-financing of the city and our company. We put two station fillers. We changed pumps, and we put two heat pumps, 20 kilowatt each, which are now working. And during summertime, they provide hot water to the kindergarten. How much we saved? Initially, we spent 36,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. Now we're using 16,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. how much less we spend on natural gas. Before we spent 600,000, now is so like 1/3 of the gas we are consuming less. We changed the network, piping network. We put collars without heat chambers. Put 6 objects, and so it's basically we refurbished the heat distribution network. Yeah, so that's why we have 6% of losses inside the network. So that's where we and after that we had a SECO project, 16.2 million euro. What we implemented, we took district level boiler plant and changed major piping, more than 7 kilometers of piping changed, and then so it's 67 buildings. We put individual meters. We put 7.1 heat megawatt generation, 1.3 megawatt hot water generation. So the boiler plant has around 20 boilers. We changed pumps, recirculation pipes. And we put frequency inverters. They are now fully automated. The ST station is the basic one, and so we get stable 5 megawatt of heat energy. If we need extra, we use natural gas to add capacity. So then so this is biofuel boiler. So we're trying to use biofuel with moisture content less than 40. So and we work with number of suppliers, and we have our own lab that is checking biofuel quality, and we also do X-ray this fuel in order not to get wood chips from Chernobyl exclusion zone. We also the boiler unit is using 240 cubic meters of chips. We buy them by cubic meters. So we have our own vehicles, 3 trucks, and from each truck we take samples. So we check the energy in calories. So on this boiler plant, what we had, we also in this project we refurbished 2 block level boiler plants. So and also 56, 57 buildings we covered with that unit. Another project we implement together with EBRD funding, central part of the city, 25% of all supply of the city. We changed the main pipings. A lot of pipes were rotten, and with the credit costs we changed them, and we put number of individual heating points. And currently, our intention is to build the electricity generation power station, 1.8 megawatt capacity of electricity, and we are now in the tender process according to EBRD tender procedures. We are now on the second stage of that procedure. By autumn, we want to start construction works. Just for the SECO money, we already implemented 42 individual heating points, and what we are left is to change the electricity generation plant. We have a south district where the load is 40 gigacalories. So we plan there to put CLF power plant like for on barbecue. So it will be 22 megawatt of heat capacity and 9.1 megawatt of electricity generation. We did assessment and we allocated land plot for that facility, and it will use up to 60,000 of cubic biofuel per year. And like we up to 10% it will be wood chips, but it will be work RDF and CRF, and on the wood chips it will be multi-fuel facility. The temperature will be 505 degrees, 96 bar pressure. It's the cost of this facility is approximately 60 million euro, and what we will replace is so it will free us 14, 15 million cubic meters of natural gas, and that North District will be totally covered with centralized heating. Due to blackouts, we have a district boiler plant, 185 gigacalories. So this is their maximum capacity. This is where we install electric generation unit on cogeneration. We have one for MVM turbines, 2.3 megawatts. So like it will be 9 megawatt of electricity and 9 of heat energy. It will be using a big boiler plant. The total amount of cost is about 11 million euro. We have already business plan and to investors. Now we're finalizing works on Bacher, 0.6 megawatt. This will be BRD project. We installed new boilers. We automated that plant, and we put inverter, and so we air degassing units. Just when we put so these degassing units, it improved the particle separators. It improved system globally because where initially there were a lot of issues with air in the system and particles on the initial stages. This is my question. What are your major challenges now, as of today? What prevents you for being a profitable company to the city? Like my personal opinion, that I will say, we always like catching up. I will be very frank. How can we have moderate district heating? So it's either we have it or we don't have it. Why all Europe is moving to district heating and we kind of moving backwards? Our tariffs, we're catching up with the tariffs because we are now paying debts for our tariffs. So like the penalties and fees, and a lot of municipal companies, they are now returning debt from the previous years. That's why they're not profitable. That's why we should like settle our law. So who can work long term, who should be stopped. So if we will implement rules which will not be changed for a while, that's how we develop ourselves. Like if everything is like if prices are growing for energy, and we don't change tariffs for the heating, yeah. So like the cost of the heating is cost of the fuel plus servicing plus piping, like for roofing works. So my opinion is that it should be individual approach to each heating system and assess what kind of fuel available in that area, and based on that develop district heating system. And like we are lucky because we have a very good mayor who is understanding these matters, and he completely supports us. And we are lucky to have our director. He's frequently going abroad looking for investors. Do you see in future the future for using heat pumps in your systems? We have a small project, second boiler unit, so which is and for the hospital we have 2 heat pumps, 85 kilowatt each. So like we have already estimate for that project. So like air to air. This is for hot water, and because these heat pumps will be used during summertime, we can implement it, and this can be like a follow up of our meeting. Yeah, we are ready to work.
Okay, carrying this discussion on, Ludmila, what solution would you call the best in the past 10 years? Could we have Zvyakin presentation on so the best result we had is the replacement of distribution networks, installation of heat meters, and alongside the technical upgrade of all boiler plants. Currently at Radvolinsky, we are 10 times smaller than Zhytomyr. 2 of our boiler plants have pellet-fired boilers, 45 kilometers, one pipe, single pipe, 76% already replaced, which helped us reduce heat loss to 6%. So we are now using 90 to 60, which makes it comfortable for our consumers in their apartments. The municipal authorities are supportive. By the way, how much do they make available to you for maintenance? First of all, we have always performed successfully under our investment programs, 36 million from the municipal budget. Upgrade the transportation because the fleet was already quite affected, and it's been of great value to ours. So 23 boiler plants have been out of 26 refurbished. We have 24 megawatt and 7.5 megawatt boiler plates remaining on the list of the facilities to be re-equipped. We hope, however, that now that we are friends with you, we'll be able to find investors to. Is that gas for gas? No, no, no. We would really like to see alternative sources come in place of natural gas. And mistakes. What kind of mistakes in the past 10 years? No, we didn't make any significant mistakes, but of course we were affected by the fact that the government failed to recompense for the difference and the rate setting policy, or even for alternatives. We would probably transition, but no investors would love to be in where 90% of heat is produced at our. I know that for district heating, the more consumers you have, the better. And Sverige, do you do anything to make consumers join in Ukraine in the past time? The individual generation, well, personal individual accounts halved. Thank you very much for the question. But first, before I answer it, I would like to say thank you to the organizers because centralized versus decentralized heating is an important thing for us to consider. And our today's audience and participants are all interested in this agenda, and they are aware that currently it is the municipalities alone that have to deal with it. In the past years, it was the opposite. Decentralized heating let people cut the cable and, so to speak, and everything gonna be fine. The problem will self-cure, but it was wrong. International experience coming from the European Union and even from cities as near to us as Zhytomyr. District heating has no viable alternatives at the moment. All the more take into consideration the prevailing circumstances. Imagine what is easier to provide backup electricity supply to a big boiler plant or have individual buildings secure backup generators. So if district heating is modernized as it should be using state-of-the-art equipment, this would make more sense. And community leaders of the community are aware of that. Muslim Mela mentioned 37 million. 22, 23. We understand that projects aiming at improvement of district heating is something for communities to consider and approve. So we have various programs to stimulate energy efficiency measures in multi-apartment buildings. Unfortunately, energy efficiency is no longer providing as much as it used to support projects. But if we tap on the existing sources, including international, we'd probably be able to incentivize various stakeholders, including end users. A representative from Zaporizhia mentioned that we should probably better understand the needs and of condominium owners. After all, we are fighting for the same goal to become energy independent and in the future get decarbonized, making beneficial for the municipalities and the residents. And by the way, 99% of residential housing built here are not tied into district heating. Indeed, construction of residential housing is on hold, and local authorities didn't pay enough attention to real estate development. But now the policy is reviewed, and it is believe that local authorities have to be attentive to the needs. Thank you. May I ask Vadim Litvin, who's got a presentation dedicated to the solutions we developed? I mean, different solutions, heat pumps and district heating systems network, so to speak, and the new services offered by the heat generating distribution companies. Thank you. Let me submit that heat and utilities, well, are saviors of the country. No hot water supply. You switch on electric boilers, adding to the consumption during peak hours. If clearly heat companies could, sorry. Oh, would you please turn on your mics with us online? So it was rightly said that in the long run, the main, so to speak, anchor that doesn't let us move where we want to is disproportionate rates. The more you use, the more you pay, as it is the case around the world. And I'd say that if the moratorium were lifted, many of the companies would certainly have had a head start. Khmelnytsky, Lusk, there were solid fuel boiler plants, but never fully commissioned because wood chips or pellets cannot compete with natural gas at the then effective prices. Something is wrong with my presentation. Just be patient. We'll make it work. So I do believe that this is kind of a tipping point here for centralized systems. It's where investment attracted, say, Atom built one big gas turbine plant. Good case, but doesn't save us all. If things like that were done elsewhere, this would cover basic needs, heat, waste, water supply, water disposal. Oh, the presentation seems to be coming through. And in the meantime, let me mention some of the additional services companies would offer. Well, heat, yes, that's right, but that's the key question. I'll try to answer it closer to the end of my presentation. So once again, all is here is related to heat pumps. Heat pumps is a technology that can apply. We did some modeling for different types of consumers, and it turned out, well, that low temperature, they are low temperature systems that don't go together well with districts. The external temperature 10 below or above return temperature would rarely reach 40 degrees centigrade. Colleagues mentioned that they work 40 to 70. So What I'm saying, if we heat our return water, this might be a feasible solution. But on the other hand, it would be inconceivable to replace all that we have with heat pumps. If it's class C, you have a document that denies this possibility. What we know is being done is installing cogeneration. I, however, was involved in developing, well, probably the fifth iteration of heat distribution that showed that during night time it is um, always makes sense because we can buy electricity cheap on the cheap. But if cogeneration is combined with heat pump, the situation becomes more appealing. Instead of giving away one hryvnia, we using the heat pump and the ambient temperature could generate inexpensive electricity. All the more so if this is done in the summertime when the sun is high. So, in addition to heat and hot water, we can also join the market of balancing peak consumption. Whenever there is surplus from nuclear or solar, we can use the surplus to balance the peaks. Currently, we can't do that. We it's only the heat and municipal utilities that can do balancing in an effective and efficient manner. Those who have cogeneration know the difference between gigacalorie, cubic meter, and now looking at payback period 25 versus 6.48. Well, they are commercial rates, winter rates. They're gonna get higher when winter comes. We have a payback of 4 to 6 years if it's just hot water. If it's just heating, this will become 14 to 17. This means that we need to revert to the distribution of hot water in through centralized networks. And one other service, when I reviewed budgets of some select distribution companies, I established that their key goal is to help Energoatom and others sell their because very calculated for housing, the percentage would still be very high. Now we have a point installed at our building. We so if KKA were allowed to manage, well, this table shows that indeed very little is regulated. I'm talking about Kyiv. Maybe the situation is quite different in Zhytomyr, but what I'm saying is that using heat points and certain measures taking at the consumer end, you could have some savings. But again, if you save on the consumers and then the revenues of the heat and utilities companies will drop down. This is a standard kindergarten. Well, the cost of heat 1.4 thousand million 340 will be what remains at the enterprise salaries and things like that. That's again, figures may vary slightly, but what I'm saying, if you decided to create this individual heat point, you are bound for, well, using 68 thousand. Yes, you use natural gas, less natural gas, but if you use energy service contract or maintenance, then you can have as much as 88,000 savings when you stop selling heat but start selling services. I know that this process, as far as heat is concerned, need to be led by the heat distribution companies.
We need to establish the baseline of use the heat energy, prepare the draft agreement template, and we need interest from the property owners if they will, and if they say like if we pay 2 hryvnia less per gigacalorie, so that means they're paying something to you. And I think this will be incentive to do insulation of the roofs, to pipings. I see that you're insulating your own facilities and boiler plants to maximum, but if we go to the building itself, the piping is not perfect. You know, so in many cities this is an issue. If you can be a leader of such a moment, that would be useful. And you are the closest company is aware of where to collect this information. You have qualified personnel and you have access to every basement in the building or like roof. Or if we talk about if you're a municipal company, for you to get funding from international communities and organizations, it's easier. Like Zhytomyr, they have huge experience in bringing investments. If you're showing result, every investor will try to you. So if we take measurements from the meter and you see this correlation, this is how it's happening actual life. So I don't know, maybe it's not typical for the Zhytomyr, but maybe for others. So this is dependence of how the temperature influences the consumption of heat. Yes. It's all dependent also on the regulation of the heat exchange between the boiler plant and the temperature. And this is when we properly set it up temperature guides. So like we have a correlation, we have symmetrical curve of consumption of electricity consumption comparing to the outside temperature. our colleagues from Teplokumunenergo, they might say that we regulate things perfectly. We just a short comment. Currently, our regulator is what if you don't have meter, there is a formula, a temperature schedule. So, and there are meters, heat meters at the boiler plants, and if the management company is good and they want to be efficient, they don't put heat on November 1st. Yeah, so the consumers themselves they can make wiser decisions. Yes, yes. They will have. So I analyzed Kiev data. So 95% of them are like this. And if so the consumer until the tariff is low, they don't bother about that, and not always it's possible to implement. But you can push them. We will make your consumptions smaller, and then we take a share of your of the money that you're spending less. So this the company should be ready for that because until the gigacalorie is below 2,000 hryvnia for the population, it will be for 5,000. There will be demand for such kind of services. I know every increase on tariffs. Please help us how we can pay less for gigacalorie, and then you start calculating to them all those solutions. But if we will have standard solution, okay, we will do a certain amount of adjustments and we will share the profit from that. Because without having commercial profit of such improvements, they will not be working. What other services Teplokumunenergo can sell? They can sell less expenditures of heat energy by service contracts. They can sell cheap hot water from heat pumps. They can sell cogenerated electricity, and they can sell services on balancing of the grid system. And so the hot water, I would say it's it's like for the whole country, it's 2 nuclear power plants that can be switched on and off, and it's not that difficult to accumulate that heat water. And of course, heat energy. If there are questions, colleague, I want to add my comment because we have 700 people in the company, and I just want to speak on behalf of the heat energy producers. So we are discriminated from all the sides. Like tariffs are approved by the state. So if like 70% of cost is gas, 11% is electricity, and then we have our running costs. So we have to repair our distribution networks. We have 300 power plants and have a lot of admin costs into that. Number one, like every building should have the manager and individual heat exchange point, and they should be responsible for the amount of consumed heat. Yeah, so like our obligations are until building. After that, that should be responsibility of the co-owners of the building. Yeah, so because many people still get used that heat service companies are responsible for all. Let's share. Let's divide the scope of responsibilities between players, and then we will. Do you have specialists who can service heat exchange points? Yes, because they are done for all equipment. Yes, not all building management. Employees have proper training on that equipment, and your personnel is much more trained. I organized service of 1,500 heat exchange points in Kiev, and we developed the manuals on trainings. Yes, trainings are very important. But, those specialists are quite in demand. Because Teplocommunenergo won't be able to service every heat exchange point in the building. So, I totally agree that we don't have too many of our workforce to provide. Yes, I can say that for the municipal buildings, it took us 18 months to organize properly that process of servicing heat exchange point. Just we are in middle discussions, like we exchange opinions. You don't like we are restricted by the anti-monopoly committee audit services, and our tariffs have to be approved by state. We are not a commercial company, so if we cannot at our own discretion put tariff, so national regulator, then we audit it. So with all due respect, I want to say that the biggest problem is installation of the buildings. 35-40% of losses over there, and tariffs should be actually viable. So if you insulate your building and then if you pay more, it means it will still be a lot of savings to your building. So and our networks more or less being adopted and improved, but thermal insulation of the buildings can give 35-40% of savings. We have house where people put heat exchange point and insulated building, 50% they save on heat. That's the amount of losses. Yeah, we're not let's talk about this district heating and heat exchange pump. Heat pumps are most valuable for hot water, or we put details of because heat pump gives you 50 degrees in this. If we cannot use 35-40 degrees water in our main pipes because it corrodes metal pipes. So heat exchange heat pumps are useful with water accumulators. They work perfectly. Our colleague Andriy Medved raised his hand on Zoom. Let's give him floor. Andriy, please. Good day. I don't know. I wanted to say that it's very good discussion, but not everything we hear online when the opponent was not using microphone. But so unfortunately we didn't hear the questions, the replies of the opponents. But I would say that by participating online, I'm missing a lot of information. But that's my only comment. Yeah. Can everyone hear me? I wanted to add and support Mr. Vadim on the example of our community, that approach should be multi-faceted. Yes, like last year we developed a program on development of renewable energy sources. We analyzed our potential, how we should move away from natural gas, and how we can decrease energy consumption, including in heating of buildings. The potential there is significant. Like the example of Zhytomyr is very significant for us. So because they for decades they are working that, and we are only started that on that way. Going to the heat pumps and individual heat exchange points, we will implement our first project together with JZ subvention. We have a kindergarten with the only swimming pool for the children, and so we last year we installed solar panels, and today we are adding heat pump. Who will service that heat pump? I will go back to your reply to your comment. So this we see it as a pilot project that would show and prove the concept of saving energy to the residents of the high-rise apartment buildings, and they will understand how efficient can be new technologies. In terms of heat pumps, thanks to Eco Club, and we have three business plans for our boiler plants, and this is where when we add hot water and when we change pipings. So like our hot water supply system is non-existent currently, but we now think how we can restore this service for the population, and this is how we can so number one incentive is we will provide hot water during blackouts, and the hot water will be cheaper comparing to the amount of consumed electricity. So like the economy will be on answering to a question, who will be servicing the equipment in well like so the experience of individual heat exchange points. We're making a couple of them, and we already spoke with our Teplokомунэнерго that amount of these individual heat exchange points will increase. We will be adding high-rise buildings, because we see that in any case heat energy tariffs will increase definitely to ensure energy security of country. We cannot hold them forever, and because country. I want to. Sorry for interrupting. Who will be servicing these individual heat exchange points? This is what Vadim told us. This is one of the opportunities for Teplokомунэнерго to compensate their expenses. They also think of what they will do in future. They understand that amount of consumed heat will be decreased. The profits from that will decrease, and they think about providing additional services. Of course, the training of the specialists is crucial for them to be able to be a service company. Because now we can launch private companies to this market, but so they will be very glad to work there. So like for them it's profitable because they install the individual heat exchange point and then they start generating profit. Why Teplokомунэнерго can't do that, and they will compensate their expenses? Questions from the audience? I wanted to ask Mr. Petro, from your point of view as a practitioner, maybe you can give two answers. What tariff in current situation, in current natural gas price would be comfortable for you to have money for capital investment, and what is your opinion about letting issue of establishing tariff to give to the municipalities? Question number one, our tariff is 1 gigacalorie, 1.1 thousand hryvnia, but for us, for it non-subsidized is 2,000 hryvnia per gigacalories. So, so this for us, the tariff to include everything, like to have a profitable cost of the gigacalorie. With yes, I believe that municipalities should have the right to increase the price of gigacalories. So, like, if the municipality have opportunity to subsidize calorie, they can do that. But if everything is done via the regulator, but if it is regulated on the level of state, national, and so, like, because we as we have to pay for the fuel sources, and then we have to wait for the subsidy to arrive to our account. So I think it's better to give these rights to the local self-government authorities. This is yes, it was that way before, but now I think now that's the way to do it.
The skills of local government or state administration bodies that are supposed to review tariffs or index them, would they suffice to give a fair review of the tariffs? Well, they are sufficient. Don't forget that there also exists a state audit service. They look into investment programs, and they are liable to be fined. You know, we have quite a lot of authorities that are in whom oversight and control functions are vested. Next question, Eduard Pastashenko, heat pumps, VDE. Well, this is my question. You advocate for heat pumps to warm water and hot water supply. What kind of heat pumps do you mean? Air? Well, of course, they would operate fine in the summertime, but what about winter? And also, do you think that air heat pumps could be used to cook meals using the heat discarded from the air ducts? And my last question, did you ever try and look at the threshold COPs? 2.8, 1.9. Okay, I'll try. Why hot water? Well, for air heat pumps, this is critical. In the summertime, we have pretty fine COP, not as good in the winter time. But if we have hot water, heat pump would work 12 months a year and generate enough heat so it will pay back. If it's only used during the heating season, that's now short and time. We would face problems. With regard to sources, we looked at different options to utilize heat generated by HVAC systems. In fact, this extends the range. We don't have to stop when it is below 10, and keep going because. And we also looked at another option, heat pumps on wastewater disposal systems. It is clear that underground waters, well, are good, but they are more challenging for their technical implementation. Individual households can do that on their own without any tools being thought, but if you do air heat pumps can be standardized, less paperwork, less red tape. Regarding COP, well, I'd say that what we have now, 16 to 20 hryvnias natural gas kilowatt hour on gas will what 2 hryvnias. Electricity is 6 to 7 hryvnias. So 3 hryvnias of savings. Well, seems like justifiable incentive. A year ago, the ratio was different. Gas was 25 plus, and electricity 6 to 7 for legal entities. Yes, indeed, we know that. So our calculations were done separately for the rates for general public, but so we were typically looking at commercial consumers from the standpoint of environmental protection. If we use the factor of conversion to primary fuel, it's gonna be what 2.3 electricity, the minimum COP where heat pumps look environmentally friendly. 2.3 is environmentally friendly, and in terms of economy, it's 3 and higher. Well, at least as things stand now. So it appears that you could only use air heat pumps in the summertime. In the final analysis, it is so. This was our conclusion as well. I mentioned cogeneration, not incidentally. I did. Cogeneration is 4 hryvnias per kilowatt. Plus, we don't have to pay for distribution. That is to say, if you have cogeneration on your boiler planes, it's gonna be what? As low as 2.4. And last question, wastewater. Do you mean local networks or, well, if it's local, then you'll have to deal with the fat sediments. No, we looked at the main lines passing through large consumers. So with 3 degrees cooling requirement. Plus, you know that the wastewater mix in those collectors is different from the one you get. I mean the content of. So thank you. Now I would like to make a presentation of our manual. We produced it last year. By the way, before we start our next session, I will make a short presentation of the manual that is likely to give answers to many questions asked today. How do we make it easier for the communities? So our task when we started the development of the manual was to make it as pragmatic, as practical as possible, a reference that would help our communities, our engineers. So we wanted to make it as practical, as hands-on as possible and useful. We also wanted to demonstrate by producing this manual that operators have opportunities for introducing decarbonization technologies. That's how it looks like, and it's all available in the electronic format, which might even be better than the printed version that contains all the necessary links. We looked at various engineering options, heat points, and balancing. We also showed how you can calculate economy savings, the regulations, and the potential funding sources. So we're engineering solutions. Not many, frankly speaking, and we've already mentioned some of them today. Meters everywhere. In Rivne, all meters are owned by the district heating company. Once the municipal authorities procure those using grant funds. Well, individual heat points, heat stations. Earlier on in the building I lived, the heat station was on the balance sheet of even heat distribution companies. Nobody ever came to collect when we dismantle it. Now, with regard to individual heat exchangers, we looked at the most popular controlling equipment available in Ukraine that subcontractors use, and showed how you should tune those controllers. Mistakes. Yes, we dedicated two whole sections in the manual to key mistakes. 80 to 90% of individual heat exchangers don't work properly because they were never tuned. I know that from my own experience. We had one that didn't work as expected because we hadn't tuned it properly. Now, this is the individual heat exchange. We looked at balancing how you do that, what valves, so to speak, you activate. The purpose of so how you set it up, what it gives. We calculated the savings, so not just theory. We took one building in Lutsk, applied the standard methodology, and calculated savings for 4 years. It turned out that the heat distribution company could make more than selling the natural that heat generated by using natural gas. So the calculations are shown for operators to be able to do their own maths. No rocket science. I recommend that you take the buildings where consumption is the biggest uh, and be safe from making contracts with those buildings. And by the way, it shouldn't be 50-50. You can offer them 20% and take the rest. Nobody prohibits and nobody forbids it. Now we looked at what we can have by installing heat pumps, and most importantly, we drafted two types of contracts for maintaining the heating system, balancing heat exchange setup, and a type of energy service contracts when that might come into being when our heat distribution companies are alive and kicking. Yet again, 2,000 downloads have already been made. Now, Sviatoslav Pavlyuk is invited to open our next session, the most interesting session, because it's gonna be very lively and maybe controversial. Oh, I'll probably invite the panelists at the same time to the panel. It wasn't me who promised a 2-minute break. It was him, so blame him. Okay. Well, dear colleagues, thank you very much for your patience that has kept you here until the time of this panel, because we'll be drawing some conclusions and start thinking of what can be done, next steps, as it were, and reforming district heating systems. Mr. Vedmid, head of Ministry of Infrastructure department. Are you with us? Are you with us, Andrei? Well, we'll then start from reform of district heating system is closely related to connected to consumption. It was mentioned more than once, then reducing heat loss. The cost for heating is inconceivable without modernization of buildings, modernization of consumption, as it were. So, does it have any ongoing programs that can be used? What other ways are there to prop up public support? Because, as far as I understand, the fund is the only source, and probably there aren't many options around to fund efforts like that. Thank you, Sviatoslav. If you look at the system made of generation, transportation, and consumption, our fund is only working in one of the segments, the consumption. We've been operational since 2019. Before the war, we accepted applications for, so to speak, wholesale modernization. We had about 900 buildings before the war started that had come to us with the findings of energy audits and desire us to renovate with the outbreak of the war, the number of applicants reduced, plus our capacity, but still there are 600 buildings. Half of them are nearing completion of their projects. Others are at different stages of implementation. With the outbreak of the war, we came to a conclusion that in the western center of Ukraine, there is demand for measures within our ambit. Given our limitations, we called for aspiring participants to apply for, well, less ambitious projects, such as installation of individual heat exchangers. For some reason, many apply for funding to help them replace doors and windows. You remember Sukhomlin say that if you change benches in the parks, everybody would see that. But yeah, I know, but this is more forward looking without. There are other examples when the thermal insulation just helps bring up the temperature inside the room. Yes, there are pictures showing that those windows if replaced doesn't add more to thermal insulation to upgrade. Still, we are looking at some plans for the replacement of frame of window and door framing.
Just in reaction to our destruction to our energy system, we launched a pilot for the co-owners of the buildings for them to be able to install solar station to and to install heat pump just to have energy supply during blackouts. Like again, it's a matter of energy audit of the building and services of such are compensated. Like I will step aside from the rule, from the plan of discussion, just to express my opinion. We were discussing these issues on Ecotherm. If we have any funding, do we have can we spend it only for solar panels and heat pumps the buildings where they have OSBB, or what's the point of spending money for solar panels if during winter time they they give minimum amount of energy, like they cannot provide, like what's the point of having apartment but with some amount of electricity? Maybe that's not level of authority to make such decisions, but the donors should decide on that. But this is like my opinion. I'm very dubious that this is the correct approach of how to spend money in terms when we are limited, like in public, when the mayors and Telecom say that so the best output we get from the individual heat exchange points. Yeah, maybe like from your point of view, like you finalize hundreds of projects. How much savings does proper insulation of the building gives? So, like average, we get 35% of savings, and but if there are two types of individual heat exchange points, one is which is properly set up, another one is not set up, and the condition of the building. If the building was overheated and people were like dumping heat out, the savings can be up to 40%. But if when the building installed heat exchange point and it was transferred to the owners, we saw the situation that when like always there is a person who connects and says that all the same person that is like, it's a fake because he has an individual heat exchange point. Yes, and like by different programs. So very often owners don't have access to that facility and that equipment, and they cannot adjust that equipment. And sometimes they get not savings but over expenditures. Yes. Yeah, like maybe they're getting offered. Do you see cases of efficient management of the individual heat exchange point in the buildings? So like cases when equipment was installed, it was working, and like you know that there are no complaints about it. Who would be the best authority that manages is most efficiently? How in our cases, it's always OSBB that is responsible for the equipment. We never had feedback that there are issues with this equipment. There are companies who install their individual heat exchange points. Yeah, according to private agreements, they set up this equipment, they teach how to use it. In some cases, they install also heat heat meters for every apartment, and every apartment regulates how much heat they want to consume. So you have in practice projects where heat meters are installed to every apartment. What would be the savings ratio in such kind of buildings? So this usually it's up to 60% for yeah, it's just additional incentive for people to spend less. It's all about if the person has no money, the person shouldn't consume service, or if the person wants to consume more, they should be allowed to do that during the winter season. And if you were like on the top management of energy efficiency fund and you've been allocated 500 million, so additional funding, so like what would you spend for? So like what is your vision? What programs should be so like 500 million, even if it's dollars, that's not for next year. We need to do proper insulation of the buildings with high percentage of compensation. Our compensation rate is up to 40%. It used to be 60, but at least then it still the owners have to pay 60%. Like doesn't matter how they take it, by taking a loan or by increasing rates, but Austria they compensate up to 100%. Last week there was a new directive approved and published on the directive which is increasing requirements for insulation of the buildings. So there are certain insulation parameters that says that countries should prepare their least efficient, energy efficient buildings. How we should work with that? So such buildings don't have OSBB. Usually they're neglected, and directive says that we should give priority to improvement energy efficiency to such buildings. Is it a chance that fund can so like in terms of like the low energy efficiency buildings, like all buildings that were built in Soviet Union, they have more or less the same energy efficiency level, and like there are minimum differences in what is required to do in relation to them. Europe has directives, and they do like a huge amount of tools that can each country produces those tools to bring in funds. We have a fund that is working only like in very narrow segment, and funds are always not sufficient. That's why we have to understand also that population doesn't have this amount of money. So like it will work only when everyone has money, both sides. So like, your idea is just to increase the level of compensation for the increased installation of apartments. I want to give floor to Mr. Andrei, who is online with us. Can we have our online participant on the big screen? Our technical team told us that he's with us. So, Andrei is with us. My apologies. So now we will call you A5327. Mr. Andrei, if you have time to speak to it. So maybe it's a job. So you were unmuted on that phrase, yeah. So in this case, thank you for your time, even during a busy day. And I just want to say that it's a pity that I'm not with you, because a lot of people who are present there I know personally. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend event in person. Well, please hop onto the taxi and we pay for the service. No, it's not about taxi. It's about having free time. And so, we are now participating in Aquaterm, and I was attending very important event, so and constantly have to attend a number of events. Mr. Andrei, today we spoke about, and a lot of speakers mentioned that Ukraine lost a huge amount of district heating networks, and that this is the quite dangerous tendency where we have cities where we have deputy mayor on implementing individual heating in the apartments, and we have cities like Burштyn, and that they decide to close down district heating network. What is the position of the ministry? We are in a situation when all these years we were not modernizing our networks, we're just making them keeping them operational. What from the from the point of view of ministry, who has most complete view on the situation, how you see the issue of district heating? Very, very difficult question. Maybe you were present at this meeting, and after the panel, I was asked a question where the ministry is planning to make it easier for users to disconnect from central heating, and my reaction was quite obvious. We are against in introduction of individual heating for the apartments. Yes, for us, what's important is amount of heat loads, how far the facility is far from the sources of heat energy. If it's like standalone building or facility where it's non-economically viable to increase that infrastructure, if it's like there are very few apartments in that building, yes, maybe that's the solution for such cases. But if the building will still have opportunity to be connected to the district heating, and in Denmark, I saw that farm, even being 3 kilometers away from the settlement, it has been connected to the district heating system, because otherwise it would be more expensive for him to heat his apartment. We are still we are like Jews who are traveling with Moses through the desert. We still like keep to the Soviet Union traditions, when like if my apartment's private property, I can adjust it as one as possible. I can like mess with the piping and degrade the whole system of the whole building, and like that's I don't see how we can punish the consumers who already disconnected. Maybe only the market price for natural gas will be higher, and only in that case we will be able to lure consumers to switch to district heating systems. Otherwise, like having such a position in municipalities as in Burштyn, yes, Burштyn, the council allowed citizens to get individual heating units, but this is made because their boiler plant was destroyed. And if they will all switch to individual heating, then when the boiler plant will be repaired, they will have customers. Yeah. So like even before war, we were sending them letters that we disagree with that because like of course there are certain advantages for the mayor, because he's not he doesn't have to deal with the beginning of the winter season. He's not doesn't have to deal with the subsidies, with timely payments for consumed natural gas, for restoring the pipe networks that are 70% degraded. Yeah, or and that's of course what makes authorities to move to this option. So, um,
Well, this is a great topic. We can discuss it when I myself initiated some letter campaign to people's deputies. I have seen some letters. Unfortunately, the reply was that nothing could be done in terms of statistics. If fewer than 10 people were killed. I looked at the social network, CO related deaths in Lviv region only in 2017 or something. More people were killed than the total number said by the Statistical Service. It turned out that the national stats didn't maintain a list of such incidents. According to the SES, if only one person died because of CO, cases like that are never reported. The national policy, in the very least, should collect that kind of stats with regard to Ivano-Frankivsk. I have always I could never understand why when some residents approve district heating, I buying an apartment wasn't notified that I would have to pay 50K hryvnias for individual heat exchange. You want to have it? Pay for it. I think that protection of those individual consumers should also be part of the reform. People want to better control consumption rather than using any of the available options. So we would be able to somehow shape public opinion and the attitudes. The situation in which mayors dodge responsibility, declining to maintain the proper functionality of the heat distribution company. Well, that's easy. It's better for the municipal budget to have no district heating rather than have one. And if we don't have answer to this response to this challenge, the story will go on and on and on. Well, you seem to know the situation and the domain better than I do. I support what you say. Unfortunately, local governments are not bound by law. Well, at times, someone can place a call from the presidential office and things get going. But as of today, when we hear, when complaints that, say, Novomoskovsk decided to shut down boiler plants, we start writing letters to local government, and what they say, we made a decision to decentralize heat distribution. But we have shortage of generation. We have to import electricity from abroad. On the left bank of Ukraine, there are often overloads, and there are outages. This is a national issue. Once again, until we decide that the law bind everyone and that distribution, once approved by the Ministry of Regional Development and Local Government, is to be implemented. Without any digression that you can tend to. Yes, we are working on that matter. However, making difficult decisions will certainly cause clamor with the general public. It's like a kid whom you want to administer a pill. They will weep and cry without understanding that this is a life-saving pill. When you see a figure in the bill, in your utility bill, you are always scared. Well, when the water rates increased your bill by 60 hryvnias per household, and you have this, a cup of coffee that costs you about the same amount. So what's more important, a cup of coffee or a cubic meter of water? Well, if we could somehow help the ministry in the reform of centralized systems, and you have two options on the table. Which two decisions would you make? Well, I'll share a story. Remember that existed the state housing and utilities inspectorate. Inspectorate that is still working on the basis of one single law, and the utilities you have to control consumers, local government, and producers. I'm sorry, distinguished participants, could you please retire from this room? Yeah, Zhytomyr is gone out of control. I couldn't hear the noise. I can't. So what I do, I enforce rules governing obligations in the utilities sector. My institutional memories make me be mindful of other utilities and the way how local governments abide by the national legislation governing the provision of utilities and the consumers. So if we abide by the law, if we stick to the legal requirements, we'd probably be able to find common grounds and improve the operation of our system. Thank you, Andriy. Thank you for making your position known. If you don't mind, I would invite our last speaker, Mr. Mahlyovin, a very experienced person, the one who's got lots of ideas. So, how would you describe a potential use of heat pumps at enterprises in this sector? Thank you. After this lively discussion, greetings. And the very round, when everything has been said or lots has been said, and it is extremely difficult to add anything to add value, I still would venture at places additional emphasis. district heating as a sector is grossly underestimated. It's got lots of potential that it can contribute to the power grid, to the energy grid. 1 gigawatt of electrical energy if you have a cogeneration, all distribution, and replace their and their own consumption. Basically, one nuclear power plant or every kilowatt of energy deferred can add can aid the nuclear power generation facilities, and it's grossly an underestimated potential. The heat distribution sector, and it's been in permanent crisis for a long time. The situation hasn't changed for the better. So globally, this would mean that district heating is of benefit not only to end users but to the government. Why? After all, European nations have embarked on the road of introducing or reintroducing district heating. Climate change, yes, climate change, because this helps diversify sources of energy in order to support introduction of renewables. For instance, we can do that without district centralized heat distribution. So there is potential that needs to be used and developed further. For instance, this conference of yours to me has been very useful. It made a number of important pointers, and if we kind of consolidate ideas, you'd probably be able to take a fully different look at the sector. Heat pumps, and I'm not saying it's dominating technology now, but its potential has to be used. Otherwise, we won't be able to achieve energy efficiency requirements found in EU directives. So, what else? Heat pumps, if you ask me, is the lowest energy potential amongst others. Well, there are three aspects with technical feasibility, economic attractiveness, and legal administrative aspect. And technical feasibility, as the experience of our foreign colleagues have amply demonstrated, it is by every means feasible. You need to heed the fact that the system of heat distribution should be ready, should be ripe for this type of to this change in order to. So you mentioned this 3 bullet points. So you are to make 3 key decisions. You are a prime minister or you are president. What would you do in order to make this up and running so that we could start installing heat pumps, stop using fossil fuels, and become an energy efficient nation? Well, economical justify rates. That's something that we should go to. Second, energy services need to be used consistently, and generating companies and distributing companies should assume obligations to reduce consumption, to help reduce consumption. Unfortunately, distribution seems to be to have fallen out of the system, and this would certainly bring some economic advantages. And the third, the legal one, transparent rules to apply to this energy service domain. And well, I'm not limiting my comment to heat pumps. I mean that this would bring about positive changes on both ends. Consumers would, well, you can pay 2,000 hryvnias for 100 gigacalories, or the same amount for 50.
I would add also fourth option on decision on assisting any energy efficiency in Ukraine. This could like push out our economy from the energy deficit crisis that we are facing. I would my impression of the discussion, because yesterday I was speaking with the representative of Shmerenka city, where they installed heat pump in a big public facility, and they expressed the experience. So next to this improved insulation and installing heat pump, they saved 5 times less in energy consumption and for heating. So such kind of decrease in energy consumption can be multiplied in other many others applications. Thank you, our participants. So let's hope that your wishes will be part of the state policies. But I think it's up to us, those who are here, because until the tariffs are approved from the office of the president, not much can be changed. But we should be the group of people who are lobbying these interests and such changes. On this optimistic note, I want to pass the floor to Andrei Martinyuk, because according to the agenda, he should speak with the final words. Andrei, the mic is yours. Please tell us. I don't know what to say, but like when we discussed this event, we kind of discovered that in Ukraine we don't have already established community that would like know each other and work into same direction, because even like in central heating sector, such strong communities, we work with solar generation people. They also lacking such cohesion. Just working group as we formulated. It's an attempt to establish formal and formal communication between stakeholders who might have opposite positions but still need to cooperate. And without their cooperation, it would be very difficult to achieve democratical progress in improving legislation, in making popular or unpopular decisions. We mentioned. That's why our side, we can be a facilitator for such communication and to improve level of this communication. Maybe like we can't say it's non-existent, but it should be much better. So for us to have this joint view on necessary changes, that pity if a set of district heating companies will be lost as companies are lost already. So like because my background is environmental studies, I still remember a lot of things from my curriculum. We shouldn't lose such assets for the sake of environment, and we should be wiser to our enemy from the east. And like if we apply philosophy, I think why we are destined to win, because we look into the future and try to bring up this future into reality. But like all Russian narratives, they're about past. So this is like the global gap between us, and because of that, we are moving in correct directions. Of course, we make mistakes, so we think wrong, but anyway, we're talking about future. So on our side, we will try to, and with help of Dixie Group, we will try to improve our coordinations to for build up knowledge and capacities and to move technological reforms in the country. This is just introduction of the our understanding of the working group. We are overloaded with tasks. We are in constant search of personnel. So, and I'm taking opportunity to do some headhunting. So, like even and just just to apologize in advance in case we will not be very swift in implementing the idea of the working group. But if you have opportunity to help us with implementation of this idea, please welcome to join. So all your ideas, even criticism, thinking out of the box ideas, you're all welcome to share them with us. I'm very grateful to you for your time that you spent here. Thank you for your thoughts, for emotions. It was great to meet all of you. We will continue organizing such events and sharing our achievements. That's everything from me. Thank you very much. And final word. Really final one. So, I was not very involved in this event, but so many my colleagues and colleagues from Dixie Group worked hard in organizing this event. I want to say thank you to our personnel, to interpreters, and our technical team. So maybe Mikhailo will tell us if we have anything else on the program. Colleagues, if not everything had been eaten, there are still some snacks and refreshments. Thank you.